Greetings, greetings, greetings. I am Kev, your host, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. And this is when I will drop a link for momentarily. So, just want to let y'all know that. But I have to get something out of the way first. So, just as you guys walk into the broadcast, please hit that like button and hit that subscribe button if it's your first time here. But there are a few things that we need to discuss tonight. Of course, you see Saturday, Sunday, and Monday up there, but I decided to take a little trip out of town with the family, and we had a great time. So Saturday night wasn't possible. Last night, it was great time. Sometimes you need a slice of life to keep yourself in balance and those around you, especially the children if you have young ones. They are the world. So just get used to it. The As you get older, um, your time is running out. It is implied as soon as you are born, you begin to be on the path to your final destination. It is a the biggest reality, I would say, the biggest reality. So let me go ahead and just say this because I myself, I am a cancer survivor. For those of you who don't know, I've mentioned it before a while back, but some of you didn't haven't known me that long. Let's just go ahead and be brutally honest about it. But yeah, when I was 15, in April of 1992, I was diagnosed with AML. AML is an acronym for acute myelogenous leukemia. Um, 9 days after I started chemotherapy treatment, I went into remission. It was, I still had to go through the entire course of chemotherapy, but I met some very interesting people along the way, and it opened me up to a new reality that there are things out there that can take your life that doesn't have to involve another person or a weapon, as I was always used to hearing. Because at that point, cancer to me was always for old people. I knew that there was a child aspect to it, but there was no way I could have known anything about it up until that point. But I got a real education in life in the year of 1992. The reason why I'm bringing this up right now because for those of you who aren't, you know, for those of you who are, in the know of this circle of this space, you have heard that a prominent YouTuber has been diagnosed with cancer. Believe his surgery was today. Let me share the screen. Yeah, and I mean, it's the situation is so severe to the point where surgery was necessary right after he got the news. As a matter of fact, this young man right here, I don't know his real name or anything. Probably, his closest friend, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. But we know him as mediocre tutorials and reviews. Um, think I've been like watching his content for almost a year. Now let me say, probably about several months, and I came across his content by way of the Kevin Samuels hoopla. I would say, watched a couple videos, and what I would find is that he's a pretty neutral guy. He's very consistent. His production value is phenomenal. He is very financially smart, and he pretty much is in the prime of his life. Period. Uh, he got this news in the prime of his life, and I mean, like, it's life doesn't. spare anyone. It doesn't. You know, my dad, he's still in maintenance treatments for Hodgkin's disease, uh, which is a cancer, and he's old. He's up there. He's over 70. You know, so here's what I have to address to the young man. Uh, Hold on one second. Let me do this real quick. And I forgot to put that up on the screen. Here's what I have to say to the young man. See, listen up, listen up. And there's some very, cold realities, and I'm not going to discount the possibility, the other possibility, the one that says that your path may be, we don't even want to speak that kind of thing. Um, but I ran across some interesting people in my bout, and some of them are still here. Uh, some of them are no longer here, and during my bout, they were the same age as me. It was a couple of 15-year-olds. Yeah, one I thought for sure was gonna make it, but that's another story for another time. The point is, if whenever you don't have any hope, like, or you feel like that there are times that this is going to be too difficult to get through, just know that there are people out there that made it, and no doubt to this young man, he's going to be one of them. I mean, hell, I'm still here. My father's still here. I mean, there are people out there that have made it, that have dealt with it head on. And like I said, I have no doubt for a young man who keeps his health in tip top condition, from, according to what is presented, according to the image and the presentation that this young man has presented, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. You know, he'll be fine. So just thoughts uh, and empathy go out to him. So we'll just hopefully he'll keep us posted. Like he said, I think he said he's gonna take a break for a little while, and his surgery was today. The doctors said that it had to be done right then and there. So the video is over there on his channel is called "I Have Cancer." Um, when I first read the title, it took me about a good few minutes to process it. I'm like, wow. Then, I mean, the title itself, but I began to watch the video, and it was like, wow, the reality just unfolded. So, for those of us who are healthy and walking around just shooting the breeze, just try to, and you don't have to listen to me. Just try to take um, life a bit more seriously. You know, don't take it so much for granted, because this young man right here, mediocre tutorials and reviews, definitely wasn't. So, I do understand that, he's close to a few guys in the space. So, just he's at the point where family, friends, and and this YouTube thing, it is some some people, they joke around, they fuck around with it. They get on a stream and just curse at people, and demean and demoralize. They're one of those crabs in the barrel, and we have plenty of people who use their streaming outreach to do that. I haven't seen this young man do that. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it. Despite what anybody in the background might say about his past. I mean, like I said, I date back a few months to just watching his content. I haven't seen it. I even remember him. Excuse me. I even remember him weighing in on the Fresh and Fit, like how people wanted him to make a video, and he remained neutral. He seemed pretty passionate about people wanting him to be gossipy and messy, but just the fact that he took a stand like that, that deserves respect. So I would be remiss if I didn't say anything. Is just being a cancer survivor myself. Just look on the screen. Just observe that's a future cancer survivor right there. So I'm we're pulling for you over here. I'll say that. So that's pretty much it for that part. Mediocre. Good luck and Godspeed. You're in reality you're not mediocre. You're super. I mean, shit. I mean, like he paid for a condo in like 3 years. So, for real, like he's at the peak of his life. So, but certain things aren't fair, and certain, this is one of them. So, okay, all right, let's go ahead and get on the topic. Get on the topic. So, everyone, thanks for listening for that little moment right there. So, anyway, let me just say this about the topic itself. The crabs in the barrel mentality, and I will say for all intents and purposes, let me throw this little disclaimer out here. Because I know you have, jackasses out there uh in the within the masses. And let me change avatars real quick. All right. All right. Should I go with Jordan? Should I go with charged up Urkel? Or yeah, I'll go with Baby Thanos. That's what I'll go with. All right, cool. Uh, and see some everybody's in the chat. Prepper 101. Thank you. Hurry up and buy Street Fighter 88 because that's what that says. Yeah, it says prayers to MTR. Adam Williams, Dark Man 60. All right, and Street Fighter 88 agrees with the avatar. So let's get this show going. And as you walk in, please, please press that like button and even press that dislike button. Because like I say, I don't give a fuck. Because like that's what I said in my first Crabs in the Barrel show. Yeah, I had a chance to listen to that, and that even though it was the same guy, it's just how still getting used to YouTube and how panels roll. But with that particular panel, you can clearly observe that there's a female that is able to sustain her presence without being attacked. So what I'll do post broadcast is put that link in the description. So yeah, yeah, crabs in a barrel mentality, and why is Kevin Samuels in the title of yet another broadcast? Yeah, I don't do that very often, and I do whatever I want on this channel. So that's for anyone watching. I mean, anyone that is a content creator should have that attitude. And if you don't have the attitude as a content creator, what do you do? I mean, you stand a chance of letting your channel being taken over by zealots and cretins and people who just flat out don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So if you want that kind of cancer, sorry, that's bad reference. If you want that kind of infection to take over your channel, then go right ahead. But anyway, crabs in the barrel mentality. Crabs in the barrel mentality, and I'm going to use this reference again, is a cancer to the black community. It always has been. It always will be. And it will always lurk its ugly head until people like us begin to call the bullshit out. And I mean, you can agree and you can disagree. We're all different people. There's 7 billion motherfuckers on this planet. So, hey, we can't all share the same opinion. But a lot of us, especially the ones who frequent this channel, can agree that the crabs in the barrel mentality in our community is very counterproductive. I will give you one of the most dangerous facets of crab in the barrel mentality. Imagine someone who has broken the glass ceiling, has made it, or even become famous, and he's from the hood. I mean, he making money, he rolling in dough, he balling. He want to give back to the neighborhood. All of a sudden, bang bang. It's happened several times. It happened. I mean, rappers getting shot every other day. It's the easiest example. Like a Nipsey Hussle, you know, those kind of guys. Believe me, that stems from crabs in a barrel. See, a lot of us have this problem. This psycho Highlander complex. This need to be the HNIC. This need to be the man. The need to pull, you know, just pull the other. Well, that's dirty, Mac. And let me let me go in another path with this. So for my audience, my bad. Still not an apology, but my bad. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something. I want to pull up my people. And we should all have that mentality. We should all have that mentality, but we don't. If one of us make it, all of us can make it. If we don't hate on each other. And I'm not saying that you have to depend on the next man to do so. But you can just simply stay out of the other man's way. A lot of people don't get that. A lot of people don't understand that. And for unfortunately, everyone wants to be the man. And I'm going to tell you a little secret. I'm going to tell you a little secret. I'm going to tell y'all a secret. Get close, get real close to the screen, and or turn the volume up wherever you're at. If you're in a position to turn the volume up, or I do understand some of you have to work tomorrow, but understand this: Kevin Samuels does not have to represent you. He doesn't. He doesn't. Let that man be. Let him be great. Let him be great. I mean, I would never have to feel like I would have to come out and tell people that I wasn't gay. I'm pretty secure in my sexuality. I mean, so and I mean, I've been hit with it. Black men get hit with it all the time when they tell the truth. It's not something that's just like local to Kevin Samuels. I can tell you from my own experiences running a Facebook group that I titled for Black Men that when a bunch of guys get together and say things that, and it doesn't be for all the wrong fucking reasons, they say things that make people mad for, say, for instance, like, okay, uh, why black people got to talk about black people. We got everybody else always talking about us. That's something you shouldn't give a fuck about. So what they would do to try to kill anything that we were serious about, they always said, they always lied on us. It was just nothing. It was like breathing. It was like breathing. And one of those was like, it was a homosexual based group. Plenty of people said that. And I'm like, my thing is like, the reason why I took it so personal was it was because it was my creation. And when you're dealing with thousands, you can't guarantee that everyone's going to be a hetero. You can't guarantee it. There are going to be some people that pop up. If they say the wrong shit, I booted them from the group, and that was anyone. But I did let everyone know that that was not the case. And I had to say it several times. And I mean, like, and it wasn't like it was a whole bunch of guys doing the whole, what everybody called black woman hate. It wasn't that. It wasn't a whole bunch of guys doing it. It was like 2 or 3 guys doing several posts. I mean, but that's enough to trigger everybody in believing that black men are against us. Black men are against all black people. We're the straight black men are the white men of black folks, and we're just gonna lie and lie and lie. So what I could have did to, what I could have had that could have turned into a huge success, I had my own people just tearing it down every fucking chance they got. All y'all do is bash black women. Okay, if the ratio is 90-10, if it's like even with those 2 or 3 guys making repeated annoying posts, which I told everyone, I said, if you're so annoyed by those people, tag them and air out your grievances, but don't put it on an entire group of men. Oh, did that fell on deaf ears. It became black men as a collective. Oh, they don't like us no more. Oh, but one of the big things was it was like they were saying that we were gay. And one big thing with us is that if we get mad, if we get mad at someone saying an untruth about us, then the gaslight is almost immediate. Oh, what you getting mad for? It must be true then. You don't have a chance with your own people. The nature of crabs in a barrel. Now, if when I drop that link after this broadcast of the first crabs in the barrel broadcast that I had, you will notice that I didn't do a monologue. I pretty much let people just go free at the time because that's the kind of environment that should be created in my eyes. Proper discourse. Even if you disagree, it doesn't turn into a beef. It just turns into a hey, you know what? Going to get a beer, have a good day, going to handle my business. But I mean, when you're on an agenda, then things always have to conflict. Now, I dropped in somebody's chat the other day and called them pathetic because it's like, look, dude, look, what problem are you really trying to solve? Making broadcasts about black men as a collective repeatedly, and when any black man shows up to disagree, he shuts them down. Fuck all that. You don't want to solve the problem. You want to divide everything from a Wi-Fi connection. I ain't even stick around because I knew what was going to happen next time out, and then all the baby mamas in the chat started calling me all kinds of names. Like I said, it was yesterday, and I was drinking, so I just popped in. I didn't spend much time, surfing YouTube, you know. Uh, but I'm just like, damn, man, is this going to be every day? Make some quality content. That's why they call you guys grifters and race hustlers and gender bangers. That's why they call you this stuff. But, some people just aren't here to solve the problem. Some people are just here to cause the divide even further. And believe me, I was getting accused of that day and night because I wouldn't see the reason why I can't shut down trolls is because the people who ask me to shut down the trolls are trolls themselves. So since people are spoiled as fuck, obviously, and can't get what they want, then, they start to spread lies and slander. So I can never be successful with the group. Hell, I wanted to use it as a networking piece. And honestly, and let me be brutally honest, you need a little controversy to raise raise the antennas when you're in a group of people. In a group of our people, the ones that want to look good for everybody else, you got to have a little controversy because our people get bored very quickly. And I don't criticize a sense of adventure. I really don't. In fact, I embrace a sense of adventure quite often. I just don't let people push me around, especially with words. You can't say enough about me or my family to break me, period. You can try. You can find out a little information and such and then try to use it like, oh, I'm going to shut Kevin up talking about whoever his great grandfather is. I'm like, I don't care, dude. As long as you don't take a swing at me. That's about it. But when you try to do shit to damage that person's reputation, then it goes a little far as to say that I'm not intellectual enough to get through these conversations. So I gotta pull some shit. I gotta ruin this man's livelihood. There's no intelligent or intellectual discourse or an intellectual back and forth when it comes to a black man that you don't agree with, and you know it, and you're not going to admit it. Seriously, especially if name calling is involved. Sometimes us as black men, we will call each other names faster than some of the women will. Best believe that. Black men are the ones that don't really need to fight or don't really need to pull each other down or don't really need to do all that Highlander bullshit. I mean, Stoic One, things upset me, dude. I mean, I'm not taking it personal. I know that sometimes that y'all frequent content creators that bite your head off when you have a difference of opinion. But let me put up here what I'm talking about. Stoic one says, "Seeing Western black men can't upset or perturb with things." Or he said, I mean, we can upset, but I think he meant to say can't be upset or perturbed with things. Or I think that he means it more in a restrictive sense, like we can't do certain things basically because of the societal standard that we have to put up with the bullying. We have to put up, yeah, and bullying is such a word that it makes the situation even more demoralizing. That the ability to actually be bullied, but I get it. I might have been absorbing that the wrong way, Stoic one, but or I could be right. But yeah, is I mean, you like I said, words can't hurt me for real. Like there are some words that you can say that will trigger me, and that's the human aspect of it. And I think that a lot of you out here are using Wi-Fi connection to try to trigger people or to try to shift the balance in the direction that it has always gone in. Like black men were never seen in Western society as some beacon of light. So like what more could you do to fuck us up? Seriously. I mean, the futile attempts that I see. I mean, and they actually have reaped some fruit for you guys out here. And I'm not talking about the, necessarily the people who are watching right now. I mean, it might be a couple of haters. Who cares though? I mean, you're always gonna have that. I'm always gonna have that. No matter what kind of message I try to spread or whatever. If you disagree with it, you're going to hate it. Just hate is such a strong word to use because um you can include hate in a lot of things: hate crime, hate speech, hatred. So I don't ever think that I can say that I hate anything. The only thing I can say is I strongly dislike the rhetoric. It has a right to be said, but I strongly dislike the rhetoric. And if you are truly about helping our people look good, I mean, if you're truly about that, why are you? If you these come from groups of people that don't want anything said about them, so why are you spend time saying it about someone else? I don't believe that black men should always be trying to beef with people, trying to pull black men down. Black men should not be trying to pull literal. I'm talking in the literal sense. Should not be trying to pull black women down. I mean, this is, but when I say that in the context of accountability. I can't stop you from pulling yourself down. I'm not going to make an effort to pull you down, but if you are a black woman and you pull yourself down, it is what it is. I couldn't do anything to stop that. So if you want somebody to tell the bloody truth, then close your ears because y'all don't like the truth. And y'all do all this bullshit to try to shut somebody. Think about it. The guy in the title. The guy in the title. People literally started a petition to shut him down. For what? Because you provoke a conversation that didn't go your way. And that's all these people did. That's all these women did. And I'm going to say women because that's why a lot of these people are mad. The women provoked that conversation. They so sassy. They ought to be able to control everything. But you run up on the wrong one. And guess what? Now you're out here calling them gay. For what? To destroy the man? Of course it is to destroy the man. That's what we do to our own people. That's what we do to our own people. We go for the destruction. We go for the Hakai. We gotta Hakai you out of existence if you black and you make us mad. And we black too. We want our version of black out there. We don't want anybody else's version. We don't want to work with we don't want to work with people. We just want us to have the dominant thought process, and we will fight anyone and destroy anyone to get it. Hmm. Think about that. It's not a fun thing to come to a realization about, but we can fix it. We can all fix it. Just let each other shine. It's no reason to beef with the next man. And I'm talking to the brothers right now because like a lot of the sisters have just made it clear. So Like the brothers, we don't need to be beefing with each other like that. I will say how I feel if I feel like you're being dissenting. I mean, you can take it how you want to take it. It's cool. But men ought to be able to speak like that. Not be hoes, not be somewhere lying, not be saying that, that there this space over here is, and then using weaponizing lifestyle to attack a reputation. That shit right there. And then we as a people, we get all over the TV talking about love is love, us especially black folks. Shoot. I used to call I used to call them folks out in that group. Like the alphabet members of the group. I say, y'all see all this homophobia in this group. Why you say nothing about it? And I mean, like, I never expected them to be like, "Oh my God, Kev, you're right." I never expected that because I already knew the answer. Don't expect anybody to save you, straight black man. That's all I will say. Don't expect it. Don't make it sound like you expect it. And that's why I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Like, for real, you on your own out there. You own all y'all, every one of us. So you can either be cooperative or you can not be cooperative. My message is save the cooperative. And you ain't got to be a crab in a barrel. You ain't got to be none of that. Yeah, I tagged a few people in this video tonight because I just that's the kind of audience I'm trying to target. I want some savages. Not someone that's gonna get the channel shut down, but it's gotta we gotta be ruthless in our attempts to be nice. We gotta be ruthless, nice guys. We gotta let people know, man, this is bullshit. And if you're counterproductive to the ideas that are forward thinking for black men, then you need to be dealt with, period. I don't say things as a crab in the barrel. See, that whole black men thing, black men being brutally honest, that's kind of a trap because y'all got all this stuff to say about black men. All this stuff. Black men have never been large, like, unless we were an actor or an athlete. We have a few pundits like that slip through, but you got to be super neutral, like Al Roker or Michael Strahan. But not since early Arsenio Hall, before the Clinton shit, before he started becoming the biggest booty kisser. Have you seen anything like that? Early Chris Rock, I would even say. That Chris Rock red pill quote that clip been going around with him and Lisa Nicole Carson. You haven't seen much of that. Patrice O'Neal. Like, there's been very few guys. They weren't largely built. They weren't largely built upon that, but they got the message through loud and clear. So now that we are starting to gain momentum, why do our haters have to look like us? Seriously. Not to say Kev in particular. I don't have anybody real significant right now, but once you break that glass ceiling, they come from everywhere. Shit. Look at a lot of these guys. I don't want to do too much name dropping. Go watch those guys' channel. I'll just say guys in the black manosphere. I will say that this space has such a negative stigma that's being pushed by other black people. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Y'all, some of you assholes out there act like you don't want to believe it, but then you're the guys that are over there in those spaces. Oh, the black manosphere, they full of this, they full of that. Fuck them niggas. Fuck the black manosphere. What did the black manosphere do to you that was so horrible? Seriously. But there's a need. If you claim the space, then you most certainly have some vitriol coming your way. And it comes from people that look like us. So that's the whole crabs in a barrel thing. I mean, some of the criticism is warranted. Like warranted criticism is never crabs in the barrel. That's people actually trying to uplift. So yeah, the complaint is the space focuses on talking about female nature too much. I was like, that would be I'm gonna go ahead and stick with this little ideology. That would be a legitimate complaint if these same people that say this weren't over there in the black men ain't shit spaces. That would be a legit complaint. So what I would say to if it were ever a problem that the content creators that are on the right side of things to at least have some individuality. Don't feel like that you have to follow anyone or make anyone your leader. Like they come up in the group trying to say negative things about Kevin Samuels, and I just pose a devil's advocate question, and all of a sudden I worship Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels is my leader. So what I do is I speak my piece. I'm like, he's not my fucking leader. Shit, I'm a grown ass man. Okay, you're muted for 14 days. Like, I don't care. I will mute your ass for saying shit like that. I mean, it's my group. It's my creation. If you had a group like that that had thousands of people in it, you would run it like a goddamn uh, a despot too. Shit. Like, damn. It's like people, like, we're so flippant toward each other. I don't like if it's work, as long as you don't, like I said, as long as you don't take a swing at me, we good. But I can do everything like this. Just look, I can silence you in environments like that. If you're being like that, don't ever say another grown man is my leader. I can mute you for that. I know I can't mute anybody. Well, I can time people out, but I don't practice that unless you're crazy or you're a spam. So with that being said, blue wrenches are active in the chat. Moderators, watch for crazy folks. Watch for some of those crabs. Because, when we drop links, motherfuckers like to come up here and, you know, try to get channels deactivated. Ask Roger. Long live the habitual line steppers, by the way. I saw that earlier in the chat. So, long live to the Roger report. Long live to YAS4W, Darth Skater 7, and Sister George. See, I hang out with those guys. Not physically, but, in these social media streets. And guess what? They're not crabs in a barrel. See, that's good policy. Crabs in a barrel. Like crabs has never been used. I mean, crab legs. That's the only way crabs get used in a good reference. That's it. Outside of that, it's fucked up. Crabs in a barrel. Got crabs. No, I ain't getting into all that. I've seen some very gross pictures when I was in high school. Um. So why do we do this to each other? Why would he do each other? Why do we do this to each other? I will say it like we always say it. We were raised in a system of WS. Some of us fell for the bullshit, and more of us that are than I don't know. More of us that have fallen for the bullshit than are willing to admit it. That we fallen for the bullshit. I mean, hell, it is sometimes when I'm very critical of another black male, I have to step back and examine if this is some crabs in a barrel shit or are my grievances legitimate. You know, that's those like for self reflection. I have to understand that, and not many people do. Cause like, I'll give you an example. Excuse me. I'll give you an example. When we were in that tinfoil era on YouTube and we were coming up with all our little conspiracy theories and we started talking about things like 666 and bafflement and these celebrities doing all the hand signs and such. And At the top of that list was Jay-Z and Beyonce and Kanye West and Kim Kardashian. I mean, we talked about all of them, every one of them. We talked about every one of those people. Like they were just devil worshippers that sacrificed kids on altars. Just we like for real. We got into a culture of that. So all the slander that black men are receiving right now, not it didn't go as far as sacrificing goats on altars and nothing like that. I haven't heard any of that about a black man in this space, but I feel like it's coming. But I mean, a lot of bidders have gone as far as to say that we touch kids. I mean, shit. Super Sly 75 did a iHeart Radio broadcast saying that uh, we are a safe haven for child molesters, rapists, and pedophiles. Like, yeah, so yeah, we here in the Black Manosphere, we're already experiencing that level. Except for kill it, the really horrible feminists say that we rape and kill everybody. So yeah, so but like I said, nobody's saying we're sacrificing goats on altars or nothing like that. But yeah, this what the point I'm trying to make. When yeah, son is hot raw. Yeah. I put the screenshot in my community tab. Yeah, he put it on iHeartRadio. So this is the kind of bullshit I'm talking about when black people will go through great lengths just to take you down. So if you go out there saying I'm part of the Black Manosphere, people be like his hope specifically for saying that was no one will work with you business wise. Period. Because I said that. And it must be true because I said it. That's the ideal a lot of those crabs in the barrel have. Since I said it, it must be true. See, but they depend on the black people knee jerk. See, our knee jerk is, oh my God, really? We won't even stick around for the other side of the story. Because a lot of that shit comes from people we're close to. We'll just believe it. And then when that person introduces themselves, oh man, fuck you, nigga. Fuck, like what? I don't know you. I experienced a lot of that. I still do. All over letting giving black men a platform to tell their truths. Yeah, some of them were whiny. I get it. But a lot of those guys were bang on. And that's the secret that a lot of these crabs in the barrel don't want to get out. A lot of those guys were bang on. And that's what they hated. They hate the arguments. This is why they do this bullshit. They hate the arguments they can't defeat. They hate the arguments that they can't put anything up against, the ones they can't debunk. Oh, when they hate the stats and percentages, shout out to Black in Effect, Mr. Z, Mr. Stats and Percentages, PK Angel. He's very aware of those stats and percentages as well. BGS Ipmore, stats percentages guy. Y'all don't like those guys for other reasons. Besides those, because hey, you know what? When it comes to the factual shit, you can't debunk it. That same thing with Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels would be a homosexual, whether he like the only dick that he probably done touched in his life is his own. Yeah, I mean, if you're a heterosexual man. I mean, and everybody, they gonna make that man alphabet to the day that he die. They just hoping and praying, like they got pictures. I mean, the same, like all y'all got pictures of that man, the same pictures that y'all try to establish that shit with. I'm like, I be thinking that there's some freaky shit going on. Why y'all on this man's nuts so much? But then again, I got him in the title, and people be like, "Why you on his nuts?" There are literally people who have built their channels off of this man. I am not one of them. I do appreciate the support I get for all the other broadcasts that I do, and including this one. Thanks for watching. As you come in, please press like. Press like. I get a little tongue tied sometimes. It has been a long weekend. Give me a break. Kareem, yeah, you can sue for defamation, but like, see, we have a code in this community. Why do that? See, we have like a large amount of people will say that you and I'm saying that based on the fact that a lot of us care about what folks think. I don't so much, but I ain't gonna sue you. I'm not. If my family is affected by it in a stressful and negative way, and it starts to impact my life to the point where it just I can't do anything unless the problem is solved, then yeah, then legal action must be taken. Nobody wants their bread and butter cut off on a fucking lie. Trust me on that. If it's true, it'll come to the light one way or another. But you should never you should never accept being pushed over from anyone, especially through a Wi-Fi connection. Oh, look, just summon the stats guy, Mr. Z. What's going on? I'm not American. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I had a past life from another country or something. I don't know this shit, man. But Alabama is about as American as you can get in the South. So I'm American. But I can't sue you. I'd rather destroy you. I'd rather destroy you better than you try to destroy me. If more efficiently and in a legal manner. Nothing that involves defamation, nothing that involves crabs in a barrel. You can be as successful as you want, and that goes for everyone. You can be as successful as you want, and don't purposely get in the way of my success. I mean, there's many ways to get in the way of somebody's success, and it not necessarily be your fault. Like, say for instance, like if a bigger YouTube channel went on, and most of that audience uh, that frequents me frequents that guy as well. And instead of me sitting up there like, damn, like he getting all the viewers, I should say, you know what? What should I do to make me more attractive to those guys? Not attractive in a attractive in the most non-sexual way is the context when I speak it on this channel. Unless involving a person of the opposite sex. Trust me on that. Trust and believe. But if a bigger, more established YouTuber goes on, like say for instance, if I decide to go against Kevin Samuels, like which is an unrealistic goal at the time, and the only thing that I can do is make myself captivating to an audience of my own. I can't get mad because I decided to go against the biggest YouTuber and then just fail royally and miserably. Because it is what it is. I can accept facts. I'm not saying that he's a superior guy. I will never say that. But I'm not going to go out of my way to establish a channel based on hatred for that man either. Because that's all it is at the end of the day. That's why y'all calling the man gay, because he has more viewers than you. And I mean, you can sit up there and say that shit all you want. Oh, he got more viewers. This is what I know Kevin Samuels Dick Rogers saying. He got more viewers. Yeah, he got more viewers than you. And I said earlier, also, no one single man, human being that can bleed like you has to represent you because he's a black man. I don't do that shit. He doesn't have to represent you. So you don't have to go out your way to slander him. And then when that energy comes back your way, you're wondering why. Playing victim. Huh? Why's everybody got me on the brain? There's some of them haters that do that shit. They'll sit up there and cry and talk about you, and then when you clap back, oh, why they got me on the brain? Acting like some old thought rapper. Acting like the city girls. Dudes act like city girls. Why you all in mine? After he'd have said something about you like 200 or 300 times. I don't think like Kevin Samuels. He when he mentions somebody, it's strategic. It ain't got to be everybody. That's too many goddamn folks. And they're all black. I mean, I had a couple of white ones, but they had to be go. It was black people that had to go retrieve these motherfuckers. Brian, how far will we go to pull another black person down that we have to go get somebody out of another race? Super slide. No, the fuck. Slide in what way? There's super lie. Shit. I'm just saying, point them out. Point out who these black manosphere guys, not some random black guy with a YouTube channel that does some fucked up shit. Like, no. Point to the black manosphere guy that does that. I always challenge people to do that shit. Where's your evidence? Don't mention Sinful to P. I think that's who he is. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, shit, that was before. This ain't this. A lot of that stuff that them guys be trying to talk about. That shit predates the current incarnation of things the way they are right now. So if he's associated with a bigger guy that has never come to this channel, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care if ODJ who ODJ likes. Because ODJ has never been here. I don't give a fuck. I acknowledge ODJ's contributions all motherfucking day. I don't damn his success. But if somebody's friends, I can't tell that person not to be friends. I can't tell Stoic One not to watch certain channels. I can't do that. That's petty, childish. That's like a bitch. But if Stoic One fucks up, and I'm just picking on Stoic One right now. If he fuck up, shit, that ain't got shit to do with care. even if a guy on the list fucked up, that shit ain't got nothing to do with Kev. If I'd known beforehand, which is a negative 5,500% possibility, I would encourage the man not to do stupid shit. Shoot. I would always tell a man. I would always tell a black man because see, haters like that, like the ones I mentioned, haters like that don't care about the mental health of black men. You know, when they have to resort to things like suicide and getting to the bottom of why young black men feel like that they have to end it all. You know, it's sad when you got young black men that are in this space or local to the space that make fun of stuff like that because they mad at the kind of rhetoric that I put out there. They're mad at the kind of rhetoric that other people. It's rhetoric. It's fucking words. Look, prove that they're wrong. I've been saying that since the Tommy Sotomayor height days. Like, when people like Phil Scott emerged, when people like O'Shea emerged, even Cynthia G. I've been saying it since then. Debunk these guys if you don't like what they're saying with facts. Niggas can't do it. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Nigga shit. I told a black Martian, freedom is not free at all. Thank you for the super chat. That's true. Freedom ain't free. It cost $1.05. No, that's all Team America. But yeah, it's freedom ain't free, man. People, it has to be fought for. Shit, and I mean the facts are at the end of the day, if somebody didn't fight for this piece of land, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. It's not free. There's always a cost. Sarah from the past, what's going on? Thanks for showing up. Indigenous TV, they shit on the black manosphere only because we critique black women, but notice how they never try to actually help black men themselves. Shit, notice how they never actually try to help black women. How far can you go to defend a woman with words? Have you ever shouted a gun away? Don't shoot. You ain't Black Bolt from the Inhumans. Don't have sex with her. Don't get pregnant. But if she ain't having, like a lot of these dudes are weak. I get it, but when you got the pussy going quack 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 in front of you, and guys just think with their dick, because see, that's why y'all calling these dudes gay, because we're supposed to think with our dicks, but then when a black man thinks with his dick, guess what you do? He ain't being responsible with his pink. He got poor dick management. Everything is about sex. Everything. I can't be there to tell everybody everything. critique, it's like I will tell any young woman who has everything going for herself, who is smart, who can shoot for the stars with her intelligence. I will tell any of them not to make a bad decision that can cost you. I'll tell any of them that, especially black women, because black women need positive reinforcement. Not the, okay, you can go out and be a thotty 16 because I can't tell you what to do with your body. I'm not going to encourage that. I mean, the whole T.I. daughter thing, that shit had me rattled. I mean, shit, you don't put your personal business out there because you got morons all over social media now. You can't tell her what to do. We can't give them advice either. Come on now. We can't look out in our best interest of our families. That's how it is. We got to go on campaigns smiting the brothers that do, that publicly show it. That shit got me way rattled. So some of y'all crazy. I swear. I'm a little crazy too, but not like that. Son, it's hot raw. He's always chasing that gotcha moment regarding the manosphere. He tried it with Game Changer, with that whole allegation thing. He's always trying to tie this space to some type of sexual deviance. Yeah, like I said, everything is about sex to these motherfuckers. I mean, some mistake with sex that a lot of these people aren't willing to own up to got to be the black manosphere's fault. It's got to be black men's fault. Because the pussy went quack, 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 quack. But I mean, that's a like what Sun is Hot Raw. That's a WS technique though. Like all the false rape accusations that black men have had to endure from white women. And then the thing is though, that's one thing that is really hard to prove. And it's like if it's not caught in time. Because see, a lot of these little girls, they go to, and I'm just talking about a situation, they go to adults that they trust and the adults turn them away, and a lot of those adults are women. You know, they don't tell black men because black men, we have such a knee jerk reaction about something happening to the one we love that we kill motherfuckers without checking to see if it's a lie or it's the truth. So many black men have gone down for that. So black men are more protective than anything. I mean, don't intentionally get a troublemaker or a loser and then say it's make it a reflection of black men, because I don't believe in that shit. I don't believe in putting myself in a box with Pookie. Pookie always tried to get on my goddamn nerves, telling everybody that I talk like a white dude. So I pretty much decided that, hey, Pookie, you on your own with the narratives, dude. I don't feel ashamed. I don't feel ashamed for black men when you behave that way. I don't. I don't feel ashamed of myself, at least. I don't know. I mean, if Sarah from the past, if is our people, if our people, I got a question for you. if our people wanted didn't want any positive image for black men, if they didn't want a positive image for black men, couldn't that be considered crabs in a barrel mentality? Because see, we got a mentality out here say that you can be pro black and you can be as shitty toward black men as you want. And that's the notion that's being spread when you got little ass wipes like Damon Young writing articles talk about straight black men, white men, and black people. And he didn't complete the title. Is because I'm insecure about my own sexuality, I gotta project that shit. You know. So could that be considered crabs in the barrel? I mean, we're I mean, I really hate it. I really hate to break this to black men, but we're pretty much out of the pro black game. Or we've been put out of the pro black man game. I mean, whether you want to accept it or not. I mean, I don't consider being pro black helping bitter BWs talk about black men. Bitter is a descriptor, meaning that there are very intelligent, sexy, attractive, nice, beautiful, feminine black women out there. But there are also some bitter ones. So, sorry. Can't hide the injuries. You gotta expose the scratch to some air, like the injury to some air in order for it to heal. So, I mean, you can't always cover them up. It takes a little longer. But anyway, I'm getting a little tired of it. I'm just saying it's like I have all these tired of it broadcasts. But hey, you know what? Stop being crabs in the barrel. So people like me won't have to do broadcasts such as these. Shit. I only want what's best for my people. And a lot of counterproductive rats, gotta be snuffed out. But anyway, give me a moment here. Thanks for showing up tonight, everyone. Okay. I'm going to drop a link momentarily, but it has to be done a certain way because I dropped a link the other night and a troll tried to come up, but I caught him. I caught that SOB, but I have to drop a link the regular way if I decide to do so. Why do people just spend their time doing this? There's got to be somebody with money because I wouldn't put my time into trying to ruin people's channels and shit, You know, know what I'm saying? Like I said, I do understand that problems exist. I can't just be an extreme favor to black men. Shit, there's some black men out there that this applies to. This whole crabs in the barrel. So let me see. 1 second. So let me check these likes. Yeah, I got 59 likes, and it's still kind of it's been an hour. Fuck. Yeah. Shoot, feeling this. Good stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Shoot. 59 likes. I appreciate it. I really do. But guess what, guys? I got a dislike. Who disliked this broadcast? I don't know. Maybe a fan of your boy. Like, I like. I mean, well, don't lie. That's all you got to do is not lie. Son is hot rod. No, you do not have my permission to block him because I've said things about him and he deserves to have a chance to say things back. So I don't do that. I don't say things about you or accuse you of anything or show you proof of what you've done, and then you come over here and I block you. We have to display no fear over here. Period. This is brutally honest. What's brutal about that? But like I said, I appreciate your effort. I appreciate everything you do. I do. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of it. But like I said, if he wants a chance to respond, sure. Don't block him because I've said things. All right, man. I mean, we all get our we'll get our moment. Don't worry. Well, let me get back to the topic. Let me get back to the topic. Crabs in a barrel. Don't block super list. Indigenous TV. I mean, like let's get it out the way though. Let's get it out the way. Let's let's get it out the way. There are some legitimate gripes about the black manosphere. Here's mine. Lack of unity. We hear the habitual line steppers are unified. If the black manosphere was completely unified, it would be an unstoppable force. Hey, Sonny Hot Rod, try not to think of me as a boss. you know, just I mean, and I'm not saying call me a leader. I'm not saying that, but it's like, look, I trust you. I trust your judgment. I do. I wouldn't give you a wrench if I didn't trust anyone's judgment. And believe me, I've taken a couple wrenches, but I've done it in secret because I no longer trusted the judgment of those people. But all right. But boss, in a sense of, yeah, no, don't be blocking people that I say you can't block. Yeah, cool. But don't try not to use that word, boss. People take that word so far and they shove it so far up their asses and just believe that they are just on top of the fucking world and no one can stop them, and they are the biggest baddest. King Kong ain't got shit on me, blah blah blah. you know but thanks for respecting my wishes. Phil Brad, what's going on? Thank you for showing up once again. Phil Brad is here every week. I know I say that a lot, but I appreciate it. I really do. Just like I said, I'm trying to document names in my brain, so when when the day the event arrives where the viewership explodes, then those names will be engraved in my brain. So they will always be remembered and considered. Like y'all, Sonny's Hot Rod, was it you that made that request for Neely Fuller? Because I haven't forgot that. I just haven't gotten around to getting that book yet. I think it was. I think it was you. I think you made a Neely Fuller request. So yeah, I'm gonna get more into that. Start to do more reference point broadcasting content because uh, because that I feel as if that content is important too. To kind of have given more of my takes on history. Based on facts. Based on facts. Give my hot take, but then just base it on facts, not too stray away from what it is that is the nature of the event itself. Like, something like the Revolutionary War, but, make it interesting. Because I was having this discussion the other day. Like, well, the reason why I didn't broadcast last night, I was with family and we were on the beach and we were drinking and stuff. And I mean, like, it's some cool shit, man. Be on the drink, be on the beach drinking, you know, get sand stuck on you when you try to leave the beach. And shoot, that shower is like one of the most like the one of them effort showers. But you know, the fun part is all worth it. But we were talking about this, and I was like, it's like we we were taught such a retcon history when we were kids. Like we like George Washington, the father of our country. Um, you know, years later, you will learn that this man had a false teeth grill made from the teeth of slaves. Like it's a very primitive looking thing, but it's like still the brutality. But you know, they sugarcoated it when we were kids. George Washington, the father of our country, chopped down a cherry tree and said, "I cannot tell a lie." Benjamin Franklin, the discoverer of electricity. uh, you know, just all kinds of shit. Abraham Lincoln, who was a big, huge believer in WS, but you know, what did you grow up with? So, you know, I'll take a dive into history eventually when I finally find the time to do it. You know what I'm saying? I spurred a moment come up with these broadcasts because, you know, I'm in kind of situation right now where I have to handle a lot of business at once. So, I mean, shoot, I appreciate y'all for helping me continue to make this channel what it is. You know, and hopefully I don't encounter a crab in a barrel or two, or you know what I'm saying. But they can feel free to step forward and talk because here, guess what happens right now? I'm gonna drop this link. Let me see. In fact, I'll just edit the description and drop a link like that. Hopefully, you know. Uh, Fuck it. I'll just do that tomorrow night. Hopefully, somebody don't try to come up and fuck up the broadcast. But anyway. This shit. Anyway. And here we go. Don't come up here with the bullshit. I need to authenticate who you are. Indigenous TV. Abraham Lincoln preferred to send free slaves to the Dominican, I believe, rather than they have all of us remain in the U.S. after the emancipation was signed. Mm. Nearly full of. So that was. So you do remember that? You wanted me to, yeah. Bruce Almighty was going on. Yeah, let me go down to chat for a second. Son is hot raw. Until black men and black women learn to love, respect, and appreciate one another, then we just need to stay away from each other. Cause to continue with our current situation will result in more dysfunction. Yeah, unfortunately. I think the dysfunction is entertaining to some because, and that's why we keep it going. Maybe that's another conversation because that would kind of that would kind of defeat the whole crabs in the barrel narrative right there. Um, to say that we welcome fuckery, that doesn't mean you want to pull the other man down. That just means that you like to be with the shits. I will never slander anyone though. Yeah. Phil Brad, I'm a wannabe line stepper. Okay, well, let me put it like this. When I get to 10,000 subs, and it's very possible if I make the right moves, you know, and it could happen within the next year or two. I know there's going to have to be adjustments that are made. But once I do that, I'm going to activate membership, and I won't activate membership until I do 10K. So It could be a situation of never. Maybe you have to go to the Patreon that I'm setting up and be a patron of that. But one way that for people around that time to take the first steps in becoming a line stepper, and I know this is some foresight that it could be a long way off, but I'm saying here first. The first step to becoming a line stepper would be to become a member of this channel. But I got to get to 10K first, and that's just all there is to it. Because right now I'm at over 2,700. And see, I'm not even halfway there. And the big reason why 10K is because I can't possibly ask that of you guys right now. So I'm just gonna say it here, and I'm just gonna get it etched in my brain that 10K is when I'll start memberships. And then you can be a line stepper then. I mean, it can be a community type deal. I would never reject anyone's advances, as long as they're not a complete dipshit. you know, is I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. So let me see here. Let's see. I know I have a couple of shout outs to give. Thank you to the Roger Report for sharing this video on his community tab. So, yep. And you are authenticated, sir. What's up, Zoomer?
What are you doing that, Kev?
Okay, you kind of skipping. It's not like Borgin. It's like skipping. You kind of like good, good. That's how you kind of sound right now.
Oh, let me come back.
Hey, go out and go back in. Come back in. Yeah, okay, yeah. Black Uru strikes. What's going on? Indigenous TV. Kev, a little out topic, but did you see how horrible Justin Fields looked? Uh, no, because I was on the road at the time. And let me Google something real quick. Brown sack Bears QB Justin Field 9 times. God damn! It's like the fuck.
Yeah, that's 9 sacks. That's tough.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, but
Oh, he got drafted by the Bears.
yeah,
Damn.
he's a Bears
Jeez,
quarterback.
that's tough.
Yeah, that's horrible. I mean, shit, that motherfucker. Like, but the old saying, it's not how many times you get sacked, is how many times you get back up. That's what the saying is.
I don't know about that. Not in football. Yeah, I think after like the third time, it's about to be a wrap for your spleen. I don't know about that.
All right, so what's up, man? What do you have to say about the crabs and barrel mentality? Because when we talk about the crabs and the barrel mentality, we speak of it in the context of, you know, within the black, African American Western race, rather,
I mean, it's like a mentality where you just kind of talk shit about your like contemporaries and push them down, I guess. And that's depressing. It's not really much you can really say about that. I mean, the community's been having it for fucking, I don't know, like a couple hundred years now since slavery, and it's kind of a part of the programming to kind of keep the community kind of dumbed down. Um, I mean, I don't really know. I mean, I'm kind of young, so I'm kind of just kind of new to like to see like to seeing like how the it actually goes down. To be honest, um, but it's troublesome. Stuff I'm seeing is very disturbing and troublesome.
yeah. And well, what are you? Are you Generation Z, millennial?
Yeah, I'd be Generation Z.
Generation Z. So
Probably
basically,
like in the middle.
the generation is trying to get away from all that dumb shit, but it just keeps following you. Generation Z, I understand, been kind of critical of the Generation X guys like myself. So I just want to, guys in your age group to understand that, it's these conversations are to try to, put some things on your brain. You don't have to follow it or listen to it, but I felt like it was worth a talk, worth a conversation.
Yeah.
And,
I don't know. I mean, have you been hearing about any other Gen Z peers of mine talking shit about the Gen Xers? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I thought it was really we were really talking shit about the millennials, to
no,
be
no, no,
honest.
no, 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 no. I'm just like it. Just seemed like there is a certain reaction when when certain people are approached with the conversation. I just wanted to say that I'm not one of those Gen X guys that I'm willing to, I'm not going to forcibly tell you what to do or be rude to you or anything like that. These conversations are meant to be peaceful ones. I would say
Oh, okay.
if they don't end that way, then hey, you know what? Something led to that happening. But
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, but also I didn't. Did you have anything else before? We got Mr. Z and we got Black Uru.
I mean, it's not. I mean, I'm sure Uru will elaborate on this shit way deeper than I can at this moment. But to be honest, it's just depressing and it's kind of hard to see it in that sight. So yeah.
Yeah, so to solve the problem, would there have to be an extreme ending? Like, just burn it down, black pill the whole motherfucker. Let's just start over.
I just wait for niggas to die.
Oh shit, yeah, and that's the conclusion. Like some of us are just gonna have to go away because it's like there's no real intent to solve the problem. Just keep the bullshit going, and I get that, but I get other things too. But oh well, shoot, Black Guru dropped off. I guess he had to be removed for some reason. But Mr. Z, what's going on?
What's going on, Kev? What's going on, Pookie? Truth.
What's
I don't
going
know
on,
which one
Z?
you want to go by today, Zoomer.
Don't matter.
but no. So here's something to think about, Kev. Here's a different perspective. Going to the title. Um, is it crabs in the bucket if you don't think you a crab? If you don't consider yourself black in the traditional sense, are you really being a crab in the bucket? So if black women see themselves as black women, are they really being a crab in the bucket by sabotaging black men? If they see
Yes.
themselves as apart and separate? No, I see where you're going, but there's a reason why I'm giving this particular perspective, right? Same thing with some of the brothers. If they see themselves as an individual, right, in this hyper individual society, then is it really crabs in a bucket if they're sabotaging other black people? If they're talking down to other black people, if they're demeaning and insulting other black people, is it really crabs in a bucket if you don't think you like them niggas, right? So
Well,
that's how I would couch. That's me asking you a question to your question.
okay. One thing about the crab in the barrel, crab in the bucket, whatever you want. Both
Hmm.
sayings do apply, by the way.
Hmm.
One thing about that is like there has to be an action or effect because something happened. Uh,
Hmm.
which means that you can talk all the shit you want, you can dislike me all you want, but if you're not trying to infringe upon my success and my ability to sustain, then no, you're not being a crab in a barrel in that sense.
Mm.
Like starting a petition to get somebody shut down, that's crab in a barrel. Being I mean, a lot of people would say being a hater, yeah, is being a crab in a barrel. But when you go after a person, when you try to go after their reputation, just their ability to be successful, like I said, their ability to be successful. Period. Yes, that's a that,
But
uh,
but here's the thing though, Kev. The if we're specifically talking about KS, what he's doing is waking up, and it's not about us men. It's about the Pookie, right? It's about truth. These particular women that we're talking about, they don't care about men 30, 35 and up, right? They care about the 19-year-olds, the 18-year-olds, the 21, 22, 20, up to about 30 years old, right? They care about them being naive. They want them to, and I'm going to use these names, they want them to be the PJ Washingtons of the world. And so, in their mind, them trying to shut down Kevin is a positive thing because he might be waking up too many people. He might be having too many black men come into this understanding of what can happen, what's possible, what might even be likely at an early age. These men don't have to go through the trials and tribulations of ending up in the situation with a Brittany Rayner, and then you realize it after the fact, but it's too late. So for them, it's not, I need to sabotage him. I need to get him out the way because he's screwing up my chances, or he's screwing up my future daughter's chances of ending up with a naive, dumb, lame, right? So in my mind, I see where you're going with the crab in a barrel, and I agree with you. By the way, I'm just thinking about it as, I don't think they don't see themselves as black in the traditional sense. They don't. For them, they're black women, and being a black woman in the modern sense of the word over the past 40, maybe 50 years, is to be separate and apart from black men. So it's not a crab in the barrel mentality to them. They're just doing what they need to do to get the resources and the lifestyle that they feel that they're deserving of. And if that means getting Kevin out the way because he's waking up too many young men, then so be it. And I'll pause right there.
Mm.
Well, well. Here's the thing about that. I mean, in the theoretical sense, maybe, but as long as they're spitting black men out of their vaginas, that's something that they can never get away from 100%.
You're
Exactly.
right, but you're thinking logically. I'm not trying. I'm not
Yeah,
exactly.
I
You're
get
thinking logically.
it.
you know.
Hey, but Black Uru, what's going on? Black Uru, then we get Great Rain next.
Hey, how you do, Kevin? Thanks for having me up.
What's going
Hope
on?
I'm coming in loud and clear. Um, I
No,
hope I'm
no, you're
loud
good.
and
You're good,
clear.
Black Guru. I can hear you.
Okay. Um, you know, well, first of all, this whole crab in the barrel thing. Uh, I mean, I think that's often over um, overstated. I don't look at black people, certainly not throughout history, as being people who have not been able to work together, to build families, build communities, build colleges and schools and universities, towns. I mean, we did all those together, you know, very often with very limited resources, often, but certainly against the wishes, very often of white people and the powers that be, often with very limited resources. I This whole notion that we supposedly have this, I don't know, bred in us to sabotage each other. I think that's a very new phenomenon, and I think it's something that is has been created in large part a product of feminism in particular over the last 50 or so years, where the women have been specifically turned against us, against their own children, especially their sons, and ultimately against themselves. So I think to the extent that you can extricate us from the evils of, of feminism, or certainly major elements of it, is the extent to which we could more cooperatively work together. So I don't default to the notion that black people going back to slavery or whatever just never could do anything together. I don't believe that at all. I don't think history says that at all. So I push back on that notion right there. And I think the extent to which we do sabotage each other, I think it could be remedied if we, or there is a possibility of it being remedied if we, especially us black men, were willing to take some rather extreme measures, which I think we are too cowardly to take, frankly. Right now, at least that's what I believe. We may eventually, uh, at some point, grow some, but for right now, we're too collectively cowardly to really take on what needs to be taken on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do. To a great extent, I do believe that. I believe that a lot of black men are just afraid to put our foot down and do what is necessary, and that is the problem with the way that a lot of us display leadership. We don't. But a lot of these things starts with conversations like these, which make them necessary. But eventually, yeah, this is the seeds that we're planting are going they're going against it's like how Dennis Sperling says it's affecting their bottom line right now. If so many black men aren't so suckered, then they can't use us like that, like they've done in the past. And
Yeah, but the reason why we're able to be suckered is we ourselves are either accomplices to it, or we sort of tacitly or meekly allow things to happen. I mean, just for example, and I've said this before, if your sister, if your sister is a baby mom and she does not give her son to that child's father, and you do not tell her to give that child to her son's father, then you're part of the problem, in my view.
mm, so you're part of the problem. Yeah. The whole let's talk about that for a second because I'm glad you brought that up. Then I'll let Chaos Rain go. The chances of the child um, being in better hands with the father than with the mother. I mean, I know that's something that hasn't been brought up very often, but I would like some elaboration on that from Mr. Z and Black Uru, and then we're gonna let Great Rain go.
I don't know what I can contribute if you putting me in the same sentence with Black Uru. Let him go first. Let me be the cleanup man afterward.
Well,
Okay.
well, look. There's lots of supporting social science that says in some key areas, single fathers outperform single mothers. I mean, that's not a secret. That's not something that requires any sort of major effort of study and some great revelatory sort of effort to
But
reveal that.
but we
I
were
mean, that,
we both would agree that it's not a push narrative though at all. Like we know this, we factually know this, but we know that it's something that is not going to be pushed, especially amongst black men. So
well,
let's
if it's not
yeah,
going to be pushed amongst us, that's why I'll go back to what I said before. If we're not going to push it, then what are we talking about?
then let's push it. That's what I'm
No,
saying. I just
I
need
agree.
it.
I agree. And that's why I said the push starts with telling your own sister to give your nephew to his father. See, that's what it's going to take. It's one thing to say what black people as some sort of collective need to do and what the government needs to do and what the courts needs to do. But you got two or three sisters or cousins or aunties all around you, baby mom. And you see what they doing to these boys. You see
Yeah.
what's happening. You see these boys are not being trained. They can't read. You know your nephew can't read. Motherfuckers, they know their nephews can't read. And they'll still let those women fuck them up. And they'll watch it happen. And we all know what's going to happen to that boy 5 or 10 years later. We all know that.
Mm,
But we'll
But
watch
so
it and let it happen and not say nothing about
mm.
I think we're living through the era, and this is when and I might be doing this naively. Um, I think that because we're having these conversations now, because we at least are able to sidestep white capital at least for the short term, and have the Black Urus and the BGSs speak to us in this way. I don't think that's something that's gonna continue because at one point, having this conversation outside of a barbershop was just not happening for the most part, right? Maybe in the dark corner in your church it was happening. At the barbershop, maybe the Nation of Islam was having it, the NOI. But outside of these like small circles over the past 50 or so, 60 years, it was not happening. Not at least from my experience. I'm only 35, so you could take off the first 25 years. But um no, I think because of this now, I don't think this continues too much longer. Now, what I think we need to also do is be prepared for the fight, because the internet has democratized a lot of the conversation that was captured by white capital. So the Oprahs and the Ricky Lakes of the world, that's why we had so much of black men are horrible fathers, they're horrible this, and the narrative not being what everybody in the space knows, right? And the data not being so easy to throw in people's faces, right? Now that we're in this space, and we have, like Black Uru was saying, the social science to show actually these children fare better with their fathers. If it's going to be a single parent situation, they fare better with their fathers. Now that we know these things, and we can show them easily, a 30-second Google
Why
search,
in
right?
the hell is a Brittany Rayner a better parental option than PJ
There you
Washington?
go.
Why?
Exactly.
Why on earth? I mean,
Yep.
look, say what you want about PJ Washington being the sat and the sucker he is. This
Mhm.
guy's a millionaire at 22 years old.
Yeah.
He's an astoundingly productive young man by any measurement. Why would he not dictate what happened to a child? The fact that this woman can extract millions of dollars from him by
Hmm.
way of a child and then have no control over even being able to see the child, that's an evil system. That's a grossly evil system. That's a demonic system.
Hmm. And I think if you we would this is where the courts come in. You would have to put the courts back to the wall and have them say straight up, no, that child's gonna end up with the mother. I don't care what.
Yeah.
I don't care what how much money you make. I don't care if your mom is gonna help you take care. I don't care if you have all the money for all the nannies and all the tutors and all the special programs. We want that child to end up in that effed up situation over there.
And we want this woman to be able to steal money from this man.
Yep.
We want that.
I
We
Yep.
want that. That is what we prefer. This unproductive female should be able to steal from this astoundingly
Hmm.
productive man.
Yep.
That's what we want. That's optimal for our society.
So I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement that we need to start putting their backs to we enough black men, not all, not even most, but enough black men have a few ducats where we need to start pushing, not just in your homes and in your individual situations. I agree with Black Uru on that, but force the courts to say it. If they're gonna play this game, don't let them hide behind a BS laws. Force them to straight up say,
Oh,
"I
and,
don't
and,
care."
and okay, you got this what?
Hmm.
Tender years doctor.
Yeah.
Okay, we have seen all the social science, like I said, over the last 50 years, right? 60 years. Where is the proof of the validity of the tender years doctrine? Where? Where is there proof that
Hmm.
this tender years doctrine is valid uh, fodder for law and for social programming in the
Hmm.
black community? Where in the black community as a whole you can say, no, this is the preferred way to raise and breed and train and educate and prepare children.
Say that.
Show me that.
Exactly.
The reason why I say we're cowards is we gotta start suing these bitches. You gotta start suing all of them, all these organizations. But now you gotta start suing all of them. You gotta start suing the authors of this intersectionality. You gotta start delegitimizing all of these people. The
I
black
agree with
female
that.
organizations, the
Hmm.
feminist organizations, the companies, the government, the not for profits, the charities that all support them. It's
I'm
really
in
on us.
agreement with this. I think if
It's
black
really
women
on
are
us.
gonna do the we're separate and apart from black men, then let's push
Then
that to
that's
I'm
perfect. That's
yeah,
perfect.
let's push that to its logical conclusion. If that's the game you want to play, then let's push. If we're gonna play the I'm separate from black men, if you want to play the intersectionality game, then let's make this system tell you what it is and tell me what it is, so we can have so there won't be any confusion about the matter of why you're in your position. It's not because you're harder working. It's not because you're more disciplined. No, it's because you're easier to control. And I want to push it all the way to the point where they say it to us. That's what I'm about. Hey, y'all already know Mr. Z is anti being able to hide and being able to play plausible deniability. Not in my house.
All right. Okay, so let me go ahead and let get Great Rain in, and after that, we got my habitual line stepper brother, the Roger Report. So go ahead.
All right, I'm here. Suing. And it makes me wonder, has any black person in this community has really sued each other, like really took the initiative to suing? That's a question we should be asked, number one. That's a question.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any cases on record where a group of men have sued the government for unfair laws and that levied against black men. You
Yeah,
know.
we haven't. We've done these so-called actions of mistreatment of black people as a whole, but we've never specifically presented our own selves, our own collective selves, as a quote demographic separate from that of black women. But when you look at the lives and the trajectories of black men, look, and I said this on Green Gorilla's channel earlier. Every year, every year there are more black males born in this country than black females. Every year. But yet there are millions more black women who are alive at any point in time. So they don't live the same lives that black men live. They don't. And just because they happen to have the same colors, and just because even they shipped you out of their womb, don't mean we live the same life.
I agree with this. It's facts.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And you know what?
I take it. Have you answered the question, Mr. Z, that I laid out?
I don't know if
No,
any of us are aware of
no.
black men collectively suing black
Yeah, I don't
women
know anything
and or their
about that.
supporters.
Well, the
And
question
I think that's one of the I think that's one of the reasons why it may work, because I don't think they will be prepared to contradict it. That
you know,
might be the fact that it has not been done. Might be the reason. You know, there's a famous line in the movie where it said, "The fact that it has never been done is the reason why it's going to work."
Yeah.
Because nobody is prepared to stop
That makes sense to me.
Yep.
well, the question really is implying not just suing. Well, let me rephrase this question: suing, period, meaning as any male, either yourselves or just in general, from what y'all know, as a man, sue anybody. It could be man
No,
or
I've
woman.
never sued anyone. No.
I've never had a reason to sue
it.
anybody, but
I have sued people and I've been sued. It ain't that big a deal.
So we
I
only
was
have,
just gonna say,
we only have one. So now,
but the thing is, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah.
so now,
True.
now I want people to really think good on this. And suing sounds good as a start, but if no man, especially on this panel or any man we know that's really taking the opportunity or time to sue anybody, rather it's
No,
race.
I just said I have sued people and I've been sued. It ain't that big a deal. Well, I mean, what's the problem? This is America. Any
Hold on,
day of the week, there are literally
Black
thousands of
Euro,
lawsuits being conducted throughout the country.
Black Euro. I'm talking about us as men, Not one of us has entertained suing anybody. So now you're trying
Did
to
you,
ask.
hold on, are you hearing me? Are you
Small,
here? Hold on, are you hearing me? I just
I'm
told
hearing
you
you, but you're
I
asking.
have I have myself. I'm on the panel, aren't I? Am I
But
on the panel?
it's only you. But we're talking about just in general, and you probably yourself use yourself
Look,
example. We're talking about
we
other
have
black men.
we have attorneys that are in the manosphere.
Yep.
I mean, what's
You have
this
attorneys,
whole
but the
what is
question
this
is, has
concern?
anybody sued?
What's the concern? Okay, let's say none of us have ever sued anybody. Let's travel this road that I don't even sure what it means. Okay, so that means we all must then hire attorneys and then they begin to sue. Is it any more complicated than that? They must perform some legal research, review some case law, prepare some legal briefs, begin the initiate the administrative process for putting a suit, maybe a class action suit, on the docket. You probably have to do it across several states. You probably have to do it both in either at the state level and or depending on what the organization is that you're suing, you either sue at the state level or sue at the federal level. I'm not an attorney, but like I say, I have been sued and I have sued. I don't recall it being that difficult.
Yeah, and there's different ways to play the game. When I ran into somewhat bad legal situation when it came to traffic, you know what I'm saying? I knew my defense wasn't gonna be that great, but I went and got me a lawyer from the town that it happened in. So I got me a familiar, somebody who know the judge, somebody who knows the police officer and all that type of stuff to give me the best deal possible. See what I'm saying? It's different ways to play the game.
So the reason why I asked this question and the purpose, because a whole lot of men, right, at Massmere or anywhere, has not really attempted to sue anybody in general. So to pose this, it takes understanding, that you go on. Let me get this out. That is, every man has to do something that they're not really either familiar or comfortable doing. Now, if they came and sue the average man for dumb shit, you expect them now to go sue the women that they're fucking.
Okay, what I'm gonna say to you, Chaos, you do know most people in America have never sued anybody. The percentage of people who've actually sued somebody in America is extremely small.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. And that's the point. If it's small, that means
Well,
that now
hold on. You don't need every man to be involved in this effort. All you need is a fairly high number, a few thousand or whatever, of men who are willing to essentially support the effort. They don't have to become attorneys themselves. All they have to do is sign off on some sort of class action sort of document asserting that they have been agreed for A, B, C, D, E, F reasons. And identify a particular group or maybe several groups that have caused their aggrievement. It's that simple. It's not that complicated. You don't have to necessarily be involved in it beyond just signing off on it and having some expert legal counsel work through the details of it.
Yeah,
where you get at that?
we're not doing the suing. The lawyers are.
So that means that's going to come out their pockets, right? Somebody's pocket, correct?
Yeah, but if you have a class action, that means you have a group of people to pay for it.
Exactly. You form some sort of organization and you make some decision as to how the efforts are going to be financed. And if you have enough people involved in it, then of course that reduces the financial risk proportionate to, the individuals involved with it.
But we do
Look,
need to get.
you can be cynical about it, bro. This is a Hail Mary pass. There is no other way to fix this shit. There is none. So if you're saying you're not willing to stop the people legally who have perpetuated the system the last 50 or 60 years, then yeah, just throw your hands up, say fuck it, let it all go down the drain. All I'm saying is, look, we have seen a series of laws, a series of court decisions, a series of governmental actions that have contributed to putting us in this position. And all I'm saying is, how about trying to legally re-engineer or reverse a lot of that? And the way you do that is by way of lawsuit. You sue the people who promote it and champion and support it and were the benefactors of all of this screwy social engineering that's been going on the last 50 years. That's what you do. All these organizations that manufactured reasons to take away children from their fathers, especially black fathers, you sue all of them. Or you
I'm in
just let the
agreement.
shit go. You let everything go to shit the way it is. I mean, either way, I'll be dead, so it don't really matter to me. You know.
No, sir,
Damn.
you ain't leaving me in this dystopian
No,
hellhole.
I'm
Hey,
out of here, man.
I'm
hey,
gonna keep black
hey,
folk alive as much as possible.
I ain't
hey,
hanging around for this shit, man.
hey, but listen up. Hey, but listen up, listen up, listen up, listen up. Let me get Roger to go ahead and give his take
Yeah,
on the
yeah. Go
topic
ahead, Rob.
as
Go ahead,
far as
Rob.
the crabs in the barrel mentality.
I mean, at the end of the day, the whole crab in the barrel mentality, it is a bad thing. It's a hater mentality, and as much as guys say stuff about you dirty macking, they do a whole lot of that with that crab in the barrel mentality too. I'm gonna put down this other content creator because I need you to listen to my content creation. It sounds like dirty macking to me. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Um, I was always taught if you go and holler at a chick, you don't need to bring up another dude. So if I'm gonna create content, I don't really need to slander another content creator so I can make content. That's just how I see that. You know, um, I mean, there's nothing wrong with defending yourself because it's definitely people calling out folks and definitely people attacking the black manosphere as a whole. But I believe the only reason that happens is because we the ones with the actual answers to the problem. You know, I think the only reason my channel was attacked, you know what I'm saying, again, is because we are the only people who are out here really trying to give answers to the problem. A lot of people pretend they want solutions but don't actually want any. But they want to pretend they want it so they can get some type of favor. And most of this is because a lot of men are socialized to be scared of women. They want to seem like they want something better as long as they can appease women. But once you take women off the table, it's over with for them. You know, so all the rules go out the window. So to me, it's crazy because again, people know what dirty macking is, but you want to talk about somebody else in a negative way to get somebody to stop listening to somebody else so they can start listening to you instead of just producing some better content. Seems crazy to me. But I think a lot of them use female logic. And female logic seems crazy in a lot of situations. So that's my take on that.
You know, well, what happens when you have a motivation for a business and you don't have a lot of talent or skill in that business? To stay in that business, you're probably gonna have to steal from your competitors. That's basically what you're talking about. You got people stealing from competitors. You're stealing either by directly just actually lifting material and or like you say the dirty mac and the sort of sabotage kind of stuff. But it's the same. The effect is the same. I mean, the problem with this environment is, quote, problem with this environment, you really have to have something to say. You really have to have some message or some real sort of charisma to maintain an audience over an extended period of time. That's not a talent that everybody has. A lot of people may want what they perceive to be the benefits of that. Obviously, whether it's, obviously money, but then also the sort of, fame, if you will. It's a different kind of fame, but it's a fame nonetheless. You got brothers also using this as an environment to do their little slick, you know, sport fucking of, females. And, you got that going on too. It's obviously an undercurrent of that, you know. So, I mean, there are these motivations to keep the fuckery going or to keep, their fuckery going because of the, benefits accrued from it. Damn, whatever sort of damage, whatever sort of lack of ethics or morality, the lack of fidelity that might be associated with that. It's the same shit,
Wait, Black Moon, did you just say morality?
Yeah. Can you imagine? Why would I even say something like that?
What? What's this word you use, sir?
I mean, it's the same kind of high school like Roger was saying, Dirty Mac. We saw this shit back in high school.
Yep.
I learned really early, particularly women. I had my oldest friend pulled the Dirty Mac and scam on me with a chick that, that I was in love with. My oldest friend did that. Now, our friendship survived that, but we were never quite the same. Never quite the same.
Yeah.
I mean, because I went from, man, I'm making inroads with this girl and she's bad, and I'm like, oh man, this is great. And then the next minute she wasn't taking my calls and whatever. And then I finally kind of, get her and kind of slow her down. I mean, what's wrong? I'm pulling the kind of baby, please, baby, please. What is wrong? And she told me, and see, this is the worst part about it, because he was my oldest friend. She believed the shit, and she told me, if it had been anybody else, I wouldn't have believed it.
That's the way it goes sometimes.
I'm like, this nigga, this is my best friend. I mean, when we saw, look, they would confuse our names. We were that tight. Teachers would call us by each other's names. That's how tight we were. We kind of looked alike. We had a similar. I mean, we were brothers, right?
Man,
he had to have
heard the memo though. Black Moon, all's fair in love and war.
I learned, bro. I learned a stone cold lesson back then.
It was Black Uru and Uru Black.
And then when I finally confronted him about it, he kind of basically told me, he basically said, hey, it's pussy. But now here's the thing. He grew up he had like older brothers and sisters, and he was a little more savvy about certain things than I was. Right? So yeah, he was, he was like, look, I'm your brother, I'm your brother, but this pussy. That was basically that was basically it. And after that, I was like, okay, all right.
At least it was me.
Right, exactly.
Anybody else? At least it was me.
At
least I love you like a brother.
But
so I'm giving you this blessing out of a gesture of love.
That's a thing though, Black. Like there are people that we could tell them, hey, Raj is stuck in Iraq. We need to go. They on the plane tomorrow. Not even tomorrow. Now we ready. We out. But then if we say, hey, you see that chick over there Raj talking to?
You drop
until you walk away and then they honor.
One game in that assignment. And the right type game. Because this was like the worst. If it had been anybody else, I probably even wouldn't have felt this way about it, because I had been on this girl for years, man. And I was finally, I thought I was getting to it, right?
Little did you know.
And yeah, this guy, man, he was having a little he was even like naming names of other women I supposedly were involved with, and all kinds of shit like that. I'm like, damn. And then she like, well, I thought you were, you know, he kind of attacked her view of me,
Mm.
because she had a fairly prior to that a fairly high view of me, and I was telling her things that were obviously conflicting with what he was telling her.
Mm-hmm.
But like I say, because he was my oldest and best friend, she believed it.
Mm.
But I think she learned the lesson as well as I did. Like, man, these niggas are scandalous. That's y'all want this box that bad, or
Mm.
y'all just gonna sabotage each other,
All's fair in love and war.
But yeah,
That's
I mean, in general, I don't subscribe to this notion that brothers do sabotage each other, no doubt. But a lot of this ain't no chin checking going on.
Mm.
Because back in the day, motherfucker had to take an ass whooping at some point after certain measures of misbehavior.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's like a corrective type of thing that's not going on. I'm almost of the mind that I think we should start collectively sponsoring some flights. And, pay for that shit. Whoever win, they catch $5,000. Whoever lose, catch 2 or, whatever. And, I mean, just settle some shit the real way. Because all it takes is a couple of guys to really get curb stomped to give some attitude adjustments to some other guys. Like, oh, this shit is real.
I agree.
But as long as motherfuckers can misbehave in all kinds of ways and then never get to a point of some street justice or whatever, then the misbehavior gonna continue.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Yeah, that's
stuff
what I was
that
gonna
got
say.
pulled
There's no
on
rules
BGS,
anymore.
that stuff that got pulled on BGS a couple of years ago,
Oh yeah.
I just really think that guy should have got hurt, like for real.
Yeah.
I mean, going all
Especially putting
into
my daughter stuff out
grandkids
there.
and
Yeah.
daughter and
Yep.
grand. I mean, that guy should have got hurt, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I can say the same. Based on what I heard about it, yeah, it did sound hurt worthy, but but the sad part about our people is that we encourage that stuff too. That's the sad part about us. We'll see mess going on and know it ain't true, but we'll flame the fires,
But see, that's what happens when you have X number of men raised by women. Because see, shit like that is funny to women. That's some funny shit to them. And you raised up under a woman, and she raised, everybody raised up under women, and they don't have that same consequential knowledge that men have, at least not historically.
Mm-hmm.
Emphasis on the word consequence.
Right.
Yeah, it is sad too. It is sad, real talk, because they definitely need it.
I mean, back in the day, it was nothing. When I was kids, man, you have a issue with this guy. Like my uncles or older cousins, man, they grab up a couple of pairs of Everlast. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't nothing but a thing. And we'll go in the park or backyard or whatever, carting some area off. You can't go in and out of here, or you lose, or it's a knockout or whatever. And y'all got to work that shit out for the next 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, and that definitely it helped breed a better man, if you ask me.
Much better. You learn a lot about yourself. You learned a lot about that other person. And everybody learned about both of y'all.
Sure enough. Nah, we didn't used to grab the Everlast, but we did used to make sure it was a fair fight back in the day. We gonna circle this up. It's gonna be a 1-on-1, and y'all get to it.
Yeah.
But after that, we gonna drop it though. And so that did help, if you ask me. It helped a lot. And I think because we don't have enough. Unfortunately, we don't have enough men floating about the community and things like that. and we have too many guys who still think in the terms that women think in on a regular basis, it does create that crab in the barrel mentality. Because men take honor and some level of pride in what they do and what they own. But I think crab in the barrel mentality has a lot to do with the fact that men haven't been taught. They haven't been taught not to love somebody else's stuff as they own. To me, it's like that old Bible scripture: "Don't cover thy neighbor's." Well, you could say any particular thing, but we cover our neighbor's stuff, which means I got to pull you down and stay where I'm at, because I can't have you floss too hard and you come from the same neighborhood I come from. That don't make me look good. So I need you to be right here as broke as I am.
And
And
I'm in 100 agreement with you, Raj. I think that's half the problem we have now, because the system now is built off of that now, off of your jealousy, off of keeping up with the Joneses. If we ever dissect what keeping up with the Joneses is, it's you see the Joneses with their nice Benz, so you gotta go and get the nice Benz, or your woman in your head talking about how nice their Benz is. So the whole system now is built off of that, off of coveting thy neighbor's things. So yeah,
And
the
the
entire
thing is,
the entire economy is built
there
off of
was
that. If
a
you really think
time.
about it.
The difference, though, there was a time, and I'm not saying it don't exist today, but I would say back in the day there was more of brothers would help each other to get those Cadillacs.
Yeah.
Brothers would help another brother to get this job or to get this work or whatever to get that Cadillac like the one you got. It wasn't just this whole kind of Highlander shit going on.
Well, welcome to the era of individuality.
Yeah. That's the motherfuckers signed off on this Reaganism shit.
Hey, I implore everyone that is under the sound of my voice, if y'all got 4 hours to spare, because it's like 4 hours goddamn long, the documentary Century of Self by Adam Curtis, it speaks to exactly what me and Black Uru are speaking about. It speaks to exactly what we're speaking about. Yeah.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm having technical difficulties. To be brutally honest, I just need a new laptop. That's all. So I had to get on my phone.
Okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
I need one too.
Yeah. So
you got to shell out
thanks
about $1,500 for a good one, though, Kev.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I get that. So
yeah, Kev, get a game one. But go on.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank y'all for sticking to the subject matter and hanging in there while I was absent, taking care of my difficulties. But what did I miss?
we just dipped our big toe into the hyper individuality that's causing some of these people to sound the way they sound and to be crabs in the bucket.
And they demonstrate that they don't know anything about how things really work in this world.
Well, that part too.
They don't, because they nest. What do you expect?
Right.
Now, we're not talking about the women unnecessarily only. We're talking about the men too. Unless we say the men.
Yeah, the men. I mean, they don't know. They have no sense of how, certain other communities of people can hate each other's guts, but work hard to build shit together. The father hates the son hates his father-in-law or resents him because he's an asshole. But yeah, he works for his father-in-law's construction company. I mean, this whole notion where we're all just going to crawl over each other's heads to the top. That's not how things work in this world. That's not how you survive and thrive in this world. No way. Look, ain't none of y'all Kryptonians. Y'all can't just, leap over mountains and shit. You only have so much energy. You only have so much time in a day. You only have so many talents, so many skills. As great as you may be in any few things, you by yourself are not enough.
Yeah.
Not when you're competing against, for example, these Indian guys who are all working together.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn how smart you are. You're not going to outcompete 10 Indian guys. I don't give a damn what kind of coder you are. You're not going to outcode 10 motherfuckers.
No, they got Silicon Valley on lock, Black Uru.
Right.
they got,
They got a
it's so
whole damn
bad. Yeah,
ecosystem of that shit.
yeah,
A
it's
whole
bad.
damn culture of
There was a it was an article that was written in a I guess one of the brothers, I said brothers, one of the Indians lower down in the caste system. He was saying that it's so bad in Silicon Valley because the Brahmin Indians got it so much on lock. They're pretty much practicing the caste system in
it. Yeah.
Silicon Valley. They
They
done brought
brought it
the
over
Indian
here.
caste
Yeah.
system to Silicon. Yeah. So, and he was
They brought it
and a
over here.
woman that was interviewed about it
And
said the
they
same thing.
so powerful that
Yeah.
in this so-called, supposedly equality American bullshit, they still get
Mhm.
to do their own damn thing that they want to do.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah.
how powerful they've gotten in that particular sector. Where the white guys or whatever say, well, leave them alone.
Mm.
As long as whatever they're doing don't get too far out of their own little, you know, sub ecology or social ecology or whatever, let them do what they got to do. Let them be racist and bigoted towards each other, you know, and lock out other people because we got to get this new, Windows office. We got to get this new office system.
The new processing chip or the
We got
new,
to get
yeah.
this new office, 365, release of 365, activated.
That's crazy.
That's the bottom line. But we gonna Highlander our way through they past their ass, right? We
Mm-hmm.
gonna do the what Baltramites or whatever, where we just gonna kill each other up until the biggest, strongest, fastest of us are left surviving. Is that the plan? That's what it looks like the plan.
Yeah, it's definitely a dumb play.
I think we're starting
Come
to.
on.
I think we're pushing back on that narrative now because, and I don't know if y'all remember Black U and Raj about 4, 5 years ago. That's all it was in this space. 6 years
Yeah.
ago, everybody outside of maybe BGS and a handful of other people were all speaking like if you weren't Men in Black, best of the best, sir. If you
Yeah.
weren't that, then every negative thing that happened to you, you deserved it. And
Sure.
now
Yeah.
we're getting to the place where no, black men are human beings. What are you talking about? Yeah,
I mean, it's stupid. Again, you only
yeah.
have so much talent. You only have so much time. You only have so much energy. As great as you may be individual, shit. Even Superman had to join the Justice League.
Yeah.
Right, you
Point.
can't fix all the world's problems.
So I
Point.
mean, come on. This whole business where we just gonna, like I say, fight each other to the death, and then the last man standing, king of the hill. Like all that shit that they try to do to you, Roger. All that shit that they try to do to BGS. All that
Mhm.
that king of the hill type shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, it's sad because my viewpoint is it's always gonna come back to some pussy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
For,
Yeah.
for for niggas who swear somebody else ain't getting pussy, they fight real hard to stop somebody else from being able to access some because that's what they worried about. You
Mm-hmm.
know, because I mean, what you were saying at the beginning of the show, Kev, even when talking about the Kevin Samuels thing, I don't even think the men are upset because you turning men around or you waking people up and things like that. I think it
Mm.
really be coming down to the fact that because of how women are about status, they worried about him getting some pussy that they gonna get, or
Yep.
he's stopping the
Or he's gonna
opportunity.
block him up from getting pussy. Or he's gonna
Yeah,
block
yeah,
them up from pussy. Because they
That's
yeah,
might make
even
some
more
better
petty though.
decisions if by chance he can cure them of Pookie dick, which we know is probably not possible. But if he can somehow cure them of Pookie dick, if I'm a Pookie, I don't like that shit.
Well, yeah, yeah.
yeah. And I know I've said the same thing myself when it comes to the black manosphere and things that people teach. You know what I'm saying? Because some people was asking me why they go so hard at your channel. I say if you keep laying out stuff where you have women have the understanding that you can get something besides a Pookie, there's no reason for Pookie to like what I'm saying.
Good
And
point.
if men are really focused on building a better community, what is Pookie gonna do in that community? Nothing really. But if all the women start looking
What
at me,
what
well,
can what can Pookie do in that community? What is Pookie prepared to be able to do in that community?
Beast Blackavelli.
Nah,
Just come through
he
with
gonna
the
have to become
dip.
productive. He gonna have to become productive too, which is what he's trying to avoid.
Yeah.
You see what
Right.
I'm saying? So it does turn into a housing situation for him, because
Uh
a
oh.
lot of women, black women,
Housing
they do.
situation.
It does. It turns into a housing situation because a lot of black women will sleep with a
And I
man.
guess an eating situation too.
Mhm.
Yeah, they sleep with men because they're not productive, because they're in that compromised state. Now,
Yeah.
if the collective of women start focusing on men who are being productive, well then Pookie still needs to go somewhere at the end of the night. He ain't trying to go to prison for the next 3, 4, 5 years just so he'll have three hots in the cot. So he needs some women that's gonna accept a bum.
Mm.
So I get why they don't like it, you know, and they
I
make
don't even.
massive efforts to compromise any brother that's trying to push men in a better direction. Because you got different men that don't even agree with everything the same way. But if you start
Mhm.
pushing brothers in the direction where they're gonna be more productive and things like that, you seem to get attacked. That's what it seemed like to me.
But Rod, to me, it's even worse than not accepting, wanting the bum, right? Wanting that power play. Because what we're really saying is, okay, take your hands off the wheel. It's clear you don't know how to drive stick, right? Let me get this. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna switch lanes better than you. We're gonna be safe and we're gonna get to our destination 10 minutes early, right? And relieving that stress. And I think more and more women that find themselves in that position and they could testify to that, that does leave the Pookies in a messed up position, and it leaves the women that prefer that in a messed up position because now you really look even worse than you did before. Now you really look like you like the problems, especially if your sister got it together. You and your sister were the same person, but she ended up getting it together and you didn't. Now how you look. So,
Like, oh, you know what? I think that honestly, those people are really kind of paranoid. There's gonna be enough
mm,
sisters for a long enough period of time. There's gonna be rebellious as I don't know what that ain't finna get themselves together. That Pookie really ain't got nothing to worry about. He just think you do,
yeah.
you know. And that's a sad thing to say for the women, but I do understand that women are gonna be so sad that they're not finna fix themselves in the next 20, 30 years. I don't really see that coming. I think, if we do get a great repair of our people, it's gonna happen
Mm,
in the next 50, 60 years.
mm.
I think right now we
Wh-
just starting to spread the seeds. That's
So
what I really
I'm
believe.
all about.
I mean,
Mhm,
I I'm kind of ambivalent. I'm inclined to agree with you, but I also think that there's the potential of some fairly radical uh,
mhm,
changes occurring that might,
mm,
for survival reasons, may compel an acceleration of that change. I mean, look, if you're telling me things are just going to stay at some pace, and although even that's difficult to even say what that is because we're still dealing with this pandemic shit. So,
mhm,
but um, but if you're saying that things are going to stay at this sort of modest pace, then I might agree. But if you're telling me that 5 years from now, 10 years from now, the robots and the AI are going to take over, then those chicks don't have no 40 or 50 years. They don't have that. They'll be starving. They'll be
I,
starving by then.
you make a good point, and I think, and I don't think a lot of people are comfortable with it. I think it's gonna be a lot of dead people that's gonna teach other people a lesson.
Yeah.
you trying to say there's gonna be a black plague?
No, I'm
I
saying
kind of agree though.
you gonna have them. You gonna have what I call the short funerals. You're gonna have a lot of sisters who gonna have a short funeral because ain't nobody gonna be
Mm,
really involved with them. May
true.
not even have kids, and if they got kids, they ain't gonna be want to be involved. Gonna be a lot of short funerals going on. Men
True.
gonna be men at the end of the day, and I know women want men to think like women, but men are prepared to die alone. That's just what they gonna do. You know what I'm saying? And I think enough of the men right now they're gonna get
I
into the
think
video.
a lot of brothers would prefer to die alone.
Mhm,
I look. Let me tell you. I'm of the age where I see brothers, some moving in a direction on the way out, them dudes perfectly fine being by themselves, man. I mean, they have kind of a Cleon kind of perspective on that thing where, they hoping to get a shout out by the homies, and then do with the body what you will. Because it ain't really, look, it ain't that big a deal once you're gone. I mean, this whole dying alone thing is very much a female thing. That whole, God forbid I die alone. And look, if I'm dead, why do I care if the dog that I love is eating my carcass? I
Gnawing
don't
on my
really,
face.
that's just not, that's not like some great fear of mine. I'm gone.
I literally said that to somebody, and I'm gonna stop after this, kid, so you can read that super chat. But somebody asked me that. She's like, "Well, if you don't have kids and you don't never get married, what you gonna do when you're old?" I said, "I'm gonna do the same thing I was gonna do. I'm gonna die eventually. What's gonna happen to your body?" I said, honestly,
Whatever.
I really
I'm
don't
sure
know. Don't care.
the state will take care of it,
I told I really don't know and don't care.
I mean,
So
I told my daughters put me in a boat, you know, find me the best archer you can, have them light an arrow and shoot that motherfucker into that boat.
I'll be
And
like,
play, I don't know, maybe play Wagner or whatever in the background. I do not, I have strongly urged them, do not give me a nigger funeral. Do not give me a Negro funeral. I will haunt you all for the rest of your lives if you give me a Negro spiritual funeral.
so you don't want the singing and the
No,
wailing and the
no,
ball
no,
black and the
no, no,
you don't want
no,
what?
no, no. I don't want no preacher there recruiting. I don't want none of that shit.
What?
All right. Black
I'm sorry.
Hebrew has
I'm
made
sorry,
it
kid.
clear.
I'm sorry, kid.
Do not bring buckets of fried chicken to my repast. That's what he
No,
definitely
no,
said.
Not the
none of that.
Popeyes.
None of that.
All right, but let me go ahead and read this super chat from Gilgami. I appreciate the support. He says, so the unproductive fear of loss of access to black women, while women fear a loss of breeders and socio-political power, which extract extract from control over black men, especially if those go SYSBM and form a new demographic.
well, yeah.
So I'm all about feeding people all the way to the nth degree of their ideology, right? So I'm all about letting you eat the candy until your stomach hurt, right? So and I think that's what's gonna happen. And I've been saying it on different platforms. Black women and women in general are gonna get exactly what they're asking for. They're gonna get exactly what they're asking for, and there's not gonna be a time in history that they're ever more miserable than that day. They're gonna get exactly what they're because all the unintended consequences are gonna come from that shit. That's what they're not factoring in. All the unintended consequences are going to come from everything you wanted. We're already seeing it right now. And like I brought up with the universities and the colleges, right? That 60-40 split. You wanted that? Okay. Now when you come out, now what? Have fun playing musical chairs. Right? So yeah, no, let them get everything they want. Just deal with what that means. All the positives that you already know that's coming, but all the negatives that come with it too.
Just be careful not to let these politicians pick up some shit that y'all end up having to pay for. That would be
That
my
part.
concern.
That's
That
real
part.
talk.
I
I'm gonna
think that's
slide in
coming
one
though,
quick
Black
thing
Uru.
before.
Go ahead,
I'm gonna slide one quick thing in before Rael get in there too. And I think people did not count on younger people kind of learning what the game is. I saw a TikTok. Now it's just a kid thing, but to me it kind of spoke. And these were a couple of white kids. They was playing. It was obviously it was at a high school. It was musical chairs. It was the last chair left. It was a boy and a girl. The boy who was holding the camera, somebody by the camera phone or whatever the case is, said, "Watch out, it's rigged. They're gonna make the music stop right when the girl's in front of the chair." And just as he said that, that's exactly when the music stopped. So what did the boy do who was on the gym floor that needed that chair? Girl tried to hurry up and sit down. He grabbed the chair, moved it, and sat on the chair so he could win. So guys are starting to figure stuff out, and they starting to figure out in a young age. Now that may just be something that sounds like a little funny thing or whatever, and that's high school. But that told me right there, the guys, even at that high school, and these are white kids, even at those young ages, they're starting to figure out that everything is slayed against them, just by being a man.
I told you these kids could recite divorce statistics at 16 years old now. Y'all better be careful. If these young men can recite divorce statistics at 16 and 17 years old, you think and come out on all over social media, why would I ever get married in the first? Why would I ever get married? Those kids ain't signing up for the.
Well, how many of their fathers and their uncles they got to see kill themselves before they start to figure some shit out?
Yep.
It don't take that many. Don't take that many.
Yeah. True indeed. All right, Ralph.
Well, I guess I'm gonna read this since Kevin ain't reading it, and then I guess you can go ahead, right? But how do you pronounce his name? Valeri?
Okay, all right. Since you said something, I'll go ahead and do it. Valeri Kermu too. The most modest funerals I have seen is a Sunni Muslim one. You get wrapped in a single cloth and put in the dirt. People say few prayers and bounce. Some food will be shared afterwards, and that's it. I guess that's the response to Black Urus. Don't give me a Negro spiritual funeral.
That's what Black Uru want.
No, we going to Black Uru funeral with the whole choir and everything.
No,
and all.
No,
all right, let me follow this up with it.
All of us.
Let me follow this up with it. What Indigenous TV says. He said the most morbidly strange and very odd funerals I've seen are the ones where they sit the body on the couch or have the body in the driver's seat of a car, like the person is still alive. Very weird.
What?
Yeah, I've seen about that.
I think I've seen
some stuff like that. I've seen some very weird films like that, and it's supposed to be off the request of the person that died. Real crazy stuff.
That's crazy. No, that is crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, Rael, you there?
Think they got Rael. The Ganakrisi got him.
He ain't
too much psychoanalyzing the women.
Nah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. I thought they got you, bro. I thought it was like 7 deep on you right now.
Peace, Kev. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. Thanks for having me up here once again.
It's good, Rael.
Peace, man. I said this the other night. I think it was on BTS. I forgot whose show I was on, but I think that I think this is one of the best times for Black men, Black American men, but I also think it's one of the scariest times for Black men. Because Black men are working with something that they really haven't had the opportunity to really work with since Reconstruction. And that's freedom. Post-slavery, Black men had a short window of freedom. We was organizing. We were voting for our own interests. We were getting Black men in political office, something that Black Uru has great experience in. I wish he would have won. And then it came to an abrupt halt once the compromise of, I think it was 1876 happened. And the federal troops were moved from the South, which was the protection for the newly freed blacks, in which, being that black men had the right to vote and women didn't, obviously our political power pretty much came to a screeching halt. And pretty much for almost the next 100 years, black men weren't able to really practice, exercise their right to vote. Basically, black men were basically allowed to vote once that vote was secured by the Democratic Party. The Voting Rights Act was always a sham because we never needed it to vote. Once the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were put into place, we had the right to vote. It's just that many of the places in the South were ran and operated by racist white Democrats who were passed the black codes that if your grandfather was in slavery, you couldn't vote. Poll taxes, you couldn't vote. If you couldn't read, you can't vote. Just different, myriad of things that kept black men from voting. Obviously, with the Trump election, that changed everything. Because now you see people from the Democratic side, especially, really scared about black men's new freedom. It was scary when these people saw how many black men had voted for Trump, because it didn't take much to tip the scales in the favor of Republicans. So from that particular point forward, they had all these different things come out. They had strippers trying to convince black men to vote. They had people like, I was Taraji P. Henson, I think at the Grammys, talking about black men, we love you. Like, you had people saying that black men were traitors for voting for Republicans and things like that. Regardless of your political affiliation, one thing that was really and that has really been under assault is this independence, this black male independence that Dr. Neal so eloquently talks about. Because we're not that many in numbers, but we are a fucking force. We are a force. And one of the things that makes us a force is that, as we have learned from our African brothers, is that many, even on the continent, but in different places in the world, people actually like us. We're not as heavily despised as some people in the United States are, who are different hues. So this gives us the opportunity to connect with people in different ways that actually promotes our own self-interest first. And that is just a new paradigm. We've already entered into a paradigm shift. That's why so many growing pains, but it's also a lot of consternation on the other side, because people fear a sleeping giant when it starts to rumble and wake up. And that's what Black American men have become. Now, the real question is that are Black men going to do what's in their own self-interest first? Or are they going to take the traditional road that they've taken and do what's in the best interest of a group? Now, most people who want them to do it for a group, they would say, well, that's the right thing to do. But not in the context of Black men. That's not, because Black men have historically always done that. And what have Black men gotten in return for doing things in the best interest of the group? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They have gotten women who have written books about them telling them white men are better. They have gotten 30, 40, 50 years of popular daytime television shows saying they're no good. They've gotten Harriet Tubman movies making them look like buffoons. They've gotten former Black Panthers like Angela Davis, who was very much against the Million Man March because they didn't have any women attached to it. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I mean, you have even feminists out here now calling people like Malcolm X a misogynist, who is very famous for saying that the Black woman is the most unprotected woman on the planet, who actually was killed for sticking up for some of the underage females who were impregnated in the NOI. So this is a very precarious position for people to be in, because just like when Black men got their freedom after the Civil War, much of the talk about Black men back then is the same as it is now. The talk was led by feminists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton was, if they get political power, they're going to do to us what our forefathers did to them. And this notion was something that even back then, Black women bought into. So to stem that particular power, they were able to convince Black women to support their causes up until this very point, especially from a political standpoint. The problem is that you got new demographics that's come into the picture, especially when you talk about Hispanics. And when you get to a certain level of their demographics, many of them can be pretty conservative politically. This is why many people believe that they're trying to allow so many illegal immigrants in, because they're hoping that they will actually become Democrats for voting reasons. So they're very much scared of Black male independence. If you look before this last election, many of the pundits were out there excoriating. Even people like Maxine Waters was calling Black men traitors if they voted for Republicans. But if you go back to Malcolm X said that if you're Black and you vote Democrat, you're a traitor to your race. Who would go with Maxine Waters over Malcolm X? I know I wouldn't. I know I wouldn't. So it's a real sobering reality, and for me, Black man, like it's not scary for me, because I know that I'm holding a lot of power, especially if I use that power for my self-interest first. Because everybody else is out here is self-interest first. Everybody else is self-interest. Doesn't matter if they're Rainbow Coalition. It doesn't matter if they're women, gender specific. Problem with Black men is that we keep thinking in terms of a collective, while everybody else is thinking as individuals in terms of what they want to go for them in their own individual lives. So for me, I think Black men need to play that game too, because one thing I've noticed, and I actually learned this in the relationships that I've been in the past, and I've even expressed this to certain females. When you're a certain man of a certain caliber and you leave a void. And women understand when a void is there in their lives. Women know the difference between a man who is really, impactful in their lives and a clown. This is why many women don't feel bad about losing a clown dude. They might use him as an excuse so people can feel sorry for her. But when a quality man slips through their fingers, he's going to lose a boy. And make no mistake about it, I've been saying this for years. Black women, more so than anything on this planet, they are the most hurt when they feel rejected by black men. They are the most hurt. That's what a lot of this conversation is really about. They're hurt and don't know how to connect with black men, which is you would think that two people who have went through collectively the slave experience as a collective, Jim Crow, segregation, all those type of things, you would think those two people would be closer than anybody out here. There is such a large divide between black men and black women precisely because black women sold out. It's that simple. They sold out. They've been sold out. And now their selling out is being proven online because of these spaces. So there's no more being able to hide that fact from a collective. Feminism was a sellout. People like Charles Ali tried to tell them. Jason Whitlock had a black woman on his show recently. Her name is Shanika somebody. She just came out and said it recently. It shocked me. I was like, dang. She was like, man, black women need to shut up. And it was just like, when you got black women coming out there on somebody's podcast like him and saying something like that for the world to see, man, that's going to be very impactful. And so having people like him out here and BGS and Kevin and the whole host of other men in these spaces, Roger, Kev, Green Gorilla, Dr. Neil, Tia Son Johnson, all these different names out here. It's just really putting the cards really on the table. Now, the question is, are black men really prepared to play dirty? Are you really prepared to fight dirty? Because everybody else is. And if you're not prepared to play dirty and fight dirty, you might as well just stick with the status quo. Because they're not going to understand honor, integrity, and all that. What they're going to understand is the language that they speak in. And when you give them that dose of reality, when you give them that notion that you won't be around, because truth of the matter is, black women been present in black men's lives, but they haven't been around. Because they sold out to live a different lifestyle. That's why they can't connect to black men, because they literally sold out. That's the whole point. That's every time we talk about the notion of selling out, it's always the image of a black man selling out. We never looked at black feminists as being sellouts, but that's exactly what they are. And so now, because there's so much proliferation of information where people can see, like, that was a really eye-opening video that BGS did when he did the video about them and their children out of wedlock, and the numbers as it related to them having children with non-black men. Because when they have these arguments about, oh, black men don't take care of their kids, why don't they say anything about these non-black men who ain't taking care of their kids with them? Well, number one, they don't want you to know that they actually been getting smashed by these dudes, let alone having children by them and then left on the curb. So, it completely defeats the narrative of what they try to sell about black men, especially in the context in which the CDC, and there's a whole bunch of black people out here who agree with the CDC and getting the vaccine and all that. So don't say you don't agree with the CDC when it says what it says about the myth of the absent black father. So we're just in a very sweet spot if we are willing to use that particular power to our advantage. And when I say this, I say this in including female relatives too, because when a lot of us look at the people who sold us out the most, many of us can look at somebody who is related to us by blood and of a female gender. And a lot of times it was our own mothers too. Are you prepared to fight dirty? If it means you got to leave your mama in the cold out here, just like she left your father out here in the cold, are you prepared to do it? Are you prepared to make that decision? Not just for yourself, but for your future generation. I got a homie right now who has a 5-year-old son. His mom died a couple years ago. My homie never let his mother see her grandson. He was his mom's only son. He never let his mother meet his grandson. I mean, her grandson, because he was embarrassed of his mother. If you go back and read the article that Alice Walker's daughter wrote about her, she had the same experience.
Yep.
She
Hmm.
never let her mom meet her son. I think is what it was, or maybe I can't remember which one she had. But whichever child she had, she never let her mother meet them because precisely because her mother was toxic, and she knew how much her mother ruined her, and let her be exposed to certain things when she was younger that she shouldn't have been exposed to. And she talked about how she got because her father was Jewish, and she talked about how much she got more from her dad when he remarried. When she got so much more from his wife than she got from her own mother, who many black females look at somebody as an inspiration for writing The Color Purple, which has been one of the most devastating pieces of literature that has affected black people, not just black men. So um, this is really pretty much what's on the table now. If I would have to place my money, I just think that any woman that's just anti-family, because if you're against male authority, as far as I'm concerned, you're anti-family. You know, if you're against your sons being able to read proficiently, you're anti-family. So if you're against the men that's supposed to lead the family, if you're against the children who are supposed to be the future of the family when you're gone, if you're against both of those, as far as I'm concerned, you deserve nothing, and you especially don't deserve any protection whatsoever. As far as I'm concerned, you should die. And I mean die a miserable death. Because there are women in the world who are family first. They are all about their families and being there for their families the way they're supposed to, um, based on their feminine core. And they go through a lot of rough shit out here. And if you are fortunate enough to live in the United States, not a third world country, in the United States, where you can be the most irresponsible woman on the planet Earth and get a free place to stay, free health care, and $1,500 a month in food stamps, where you can eat the best food. You can take your EBT card and go to Whole Foods. If you can be in this type of the country and have that at your disposal, you really have no excuse as far as I'm concerned. You have no excuse. And it's just time that we take away the excuse making so that we can make the power decisions necessary if you want to be an effective ruler, because that's what it takes. It requires making tough decisions. And if that means you got to walk away from these types of females, you got to walk away, because most of these women are raised Christian, and in their own Bible, even God told King Solomon to not deal with certain types of women. So you know, based on their own belief system, their own God is willing to tell his greatest men to leave certain women alone. And many women in Black America represent those types of women that God told King Solomon to leave alone.
All right, all right. Uh, uh, yeah. Once again, Rael with some very powerful words there, and I do agree. I'll tell you this, just like Roger said in the past, God didn't put me here to be disrespected. God didn't put me here to feel like a lesser product, and whether that be by the words of these bitter BWs of any of you, that's my clear stance. Whether you believe in the existence of a God or not. So, and basically, it's just to let's go ahead and just eradicate this problem once and for all. And it's going to have to be done by more ruthless means than a few, because we tried it all the other kinds of ways, and it just doesn't seem to be working out that well. So, what you got left?
I always, I've said this before, I always feel a sort of dilemma uh, about the level of involvement of women in this environment. Because I'm generally a fair-minded person, and I, I generally am able to comfortably speak with women. I've raised them. I've, you I've had women of all generations in my household, so I don't have a problem with talking to women, commiserating with them, and enjoying their company, etc. But I do think for Black men, particularly for our development as men, I often think that we just spend too much time talking to women, and that a lot of these things are going to have to be worked out between and among men. In terms of it, I was talking earlier about whether we should sue women, Black women, their supporters, etc., uh, for redress of myriad grievances. I dare say over the last few generations, in particular, uh, that's not something you can negotiate with women. That you can get women to understand. And if and when Black men seek to do such a thing, women that you know, women that you love, women that you may respect, are going to feel quite bothered by that. And there's nothing you're going to be able to say that's going to make them feel any differently about that. You're not going to be able to explain to them that you're suing them for their own good, or suing those who would appear to represent their quote interests for no good. Like, one of the policies I think that have really hurt Black families, Black Black women, Black families, ironically, is a tax policy, or the tax policies that specifically favor women and children. Your earned income tax credits, whatever. Those policies have been profoundly negative for Black women, for Black families, for ameliorating things between Black men and Black women, because you're giving women in general, a particular special gratuity, financial gratuity, and they say it's earned income, but generally you're receiving more in a tax benefit than you ever paid in the system. So it's even a fallacious term to refer to it as the earned income tax credit, because very often these women may have paid $1,000 in taxes and may get 5 times that amount in some sort of earned uh, income tax credit. So a lot of these policies, so you're going to have to, for example, take a stand against the legitimacy of that particular kind of policy, directly taking out of the hands Black, this favorable tax And so you're going to be confronted with a lot of things, a lot of gimmies, a lot of grants, a lot of scholarships, a lot of all kinds of stuff that black women get. You're going to have to be an opponent of those things. Are you prepared to do that? Are you prepared to even think about doing it? And do you understand that it's the existence and the perpetuation of those programs that contribute to the problem in the state that we're in? Do you understand that? Do you understand with every extra thing you give a woman, you basically give her fuck you money. You basically give her fuck you status. And you delude them into thinking that they're much more independent, much more self-supporting, much more capable, and much more talented and skilled than they actually are. And then so they'll say, I don't need no man. I can raise this baby by myself. Yeah, because the government's giving you this, the government's giving you that. The government's giving to you money that has actually been paid and earned mostly by men. Are you willing to take that on? Are you willing to be opponent of the existence of those programs? I wonder. I wonder if we are.
Well, we have one of the biggest issues that we have um, is that we have a old guard that actually stands in the way to protect a lot of these women. And so that's where drawing the lines come in at. Because many of these men who stand guard ready to defend these types of women, they're the same men asking productive black men to contribute to the so-called community to help rebuild it, repair it. And the black men who are productive and have the means should give them a big middle finger and say, fuck you. No.
No, you're going to have to sue them too. I mean, it's not just black women
Yes.
who are going to be the opponents. You're going to have to, all of these entities that you're referring to, Rael, almost all of them are associated with some type of organization,
Right.
some sort of governmental entity, some of them are business oriented, not for profit, charity. You're going to have to sue them.
Yes.
You're going to have to make them a party to your aggrievement.
Right.
Because you're right. You're absolutely right. It's not just the women. Many of the guard dogs for the status quo are unfortunately other black men.
And
You have to sue them too.
you pointed that out when you showed the sorry for interrupting, but you showed that when you showed the board of trustees for what was that college you showed?
Howard. Yes.
Yeah.
Those are black men making those decisions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, who I recall who famously said, we've seen the enemy and he is us.
Right.
That's the scary part, and that's why I said that I often feel like we're kind of in the body snatcher scenario where the enemies are all around us and they look like us.
Well,
that's scary.
Yeah, Malcolm X, he said something when he was referring to the civil rights crowd. And he basically said there's two things that either at play here. He said, because the things that y'all are advancing just absolutely make no sense to me. He said, so there's one or two things that are at play here. Either you know this stuff is not working and you're trying to hoodwink me, or you're so uninformed, you're trying to get me to go with something that is pretty much diametrically opposed to what I am as a man. You might not know it is, but it still doesn't help me as a man. So either way, it's not in my interest. And that's where we're going to have to basically get to the point of saying that there are just certain types of black men that we are so diametrically opposed to that there is never going to be any way to work with each other. Period and point blank. There's just no way if it's going to be.
Well, I also think though, I I agree to an extent. I mean, I think some of the men will, some of the men will relent to a greater perceived force. See, if at some point there's like a million black men or 2 million black men, just to use a number, that that ain't having it anymore, then it's much more difficult to maintain that status quo bullshit after that. Because then now you got to really be concerned about your survival. I mean, it probably will have to come to a point in which folks are looking behind their back, wondering when they're going to come for me. It'll probably take that, and some of them will say, some of them will turn tail, some of them will trade sides, and yeah, a few will try to maintain, but I think with the broadening of the information and the changing of the language, and now black men have a collective way or have the ability to speak in a collective fashion over generations. I mean, you got, someone said earlier, you got 16-year-olds quoting divorce statistics.
Divorce statistics. Yep.
So it's becoming like, 4 generations of men starting to say the same thing. You're not going to be able to, I mean, after a certain number of those men come to the fore, you're not going to be able to continue to do the old style politics after that. You're just not. It's going to become dangerous for you to continue to do that.
Well, one thing that I saw, because I don't know if anybody has ever had to really deal with this from the higher education aspect of things, when you're actually out here fighting these gynocracy battles. Obviously, people like T.S. Johnson and Tommy Curry and Dr. Neal can speak from those perspectives. I fought that battle in that arena. And when I fought that battle, I was very much surprised to find out that the ones I didn't really have the problem with were the females, because when I spoke the way that I spoke, it commanded so much of power that it brought some of the females to heel. The thing that perplexed me the most was the fact that I got the most pushback from the black males. And I was perplexed because it was the black males that I was defending the most. And so when you have somebody who is, let me be much more clear. When you have males who don't want to get off the titty per se, who don't want to go out here and do what you did, and run for office like you did, Black Guru, which is not something that's easiest thing to do. People crawling into your personal history, all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Your family in the spotlight, things like that. When you're out here making moves like Reginald Lewis did, Robert F. Smith did, you're talking about power moves. And what you find as you deal with the current state of Black America is that when you make those certain power moves that really shakes people at their core, just go back to MLK. MLK wasn't even talking about no violent uprising. He just said, hey, let's stop riding their buses. There were Black people back then that did not like MLK and was like, no, we can't do that. They didn't want to make a move. And see, when we're talking about power dynamics, we're not talking about asking for permission. That's the one thing that I said to a former counselor at one of my junior college years ago. And I said to him in his face, and I said, the younger generation of us are tired of asking y'all for the power. I said, man, those days are over. I said, we're coming to take the power. I said, because too many of the old guard are in the way because they're too scared to make a move. They want to pontificate and pontificate and pontificate. And when we look at many of these organizations that have been around for years, one of their biggest problem is they don't allow the younger energy to come in and infuse the organization with a vibrancy that can bring more life to the organization. We have people like Farrakhan that's damn near in his 90s out here, still out here trying to talk. Dude, let somebody else that's 25 or 30 run it.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Don't just let him.
Sit him in the background and guide him.
Publicly anoint him.
Thank you.
Tell everybody, this is my replacement. Receive him, respect him with all the honors that you have blessed me with over the decades. He is here to now represent our organization, what we are.
Right.
Please honor and respect him as you did the Honorable Elijah Muhammad for me, myself, Malcolm. Receive him with that same love, spirit, and support.
Right.
You almost never see.
You don't see that.
Black organizations do that. Almost never see that. Almost never see that. It's a damn shame.
No,
and so that organization dies
exactly
with that man, with that great man.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's a big problem. That I would say that's one of the most. This is one of the most contentious.
Well, like all the things that Jesse Jackson has created and led, you don't hear anything about those organizations now because he's old now.
Right.
And he can't do what he used to do.
Right.
So you don't hear about Rainbow Push and all those organizations anymore.
You saw it recently with Sharpton when he went to the border and people was on his ass.
Right.
It's like
that's the same
thing.
It's like they're tone deaf. If I'm not mistaken.
They're tone deaf because the younger generation knows that a lot of the stuff that the previous generation tried to push, especially from the female perspective, they know that stuff was an utter complete failure. But the problem with the previous generation, many of the people in the previous generation do not want to own up to the failures of the previous one.
Well, was it a failure or was mission accomplished? I mean, was mission accomplished when, Jesse's sons get an Anheuser-Busch distributorship?
No, that's failure. That's failure.
I'm just saying, what was the real mission? That's my question.
Let me answer.
Was the real mission what we were told the real mission was, or was the real mission his son getting
I'm glad you
that Budweiser distributor?
I'm glad you brought up Jesse, because when he got involved in that particular situation, it was Black people who were fighting for just being able to get promotions and a higher salary, just to be treated, fairly in terms of being able to compete for higher positions. He came in and basically did what many of these race hustlers do, and basically said, look, if you don't want these Negroes out here protesting in front of your establishment, hook my son up with this distributorship and I'll keep these Negroes in line. And basically that's what happened. So his family was able to benefit off of it personally, but the Black people who actually were looking for redress in terms of them being able to just get a fair opportunity in Coors, I think it was Coors, they didn't get that opportunity. And that's what's happened with many of these particular situations. Whenever there's a racial component, many of these people come with the ambulance sounding the alarm because they're particularly trying to take advantage. And when we see those people, most of the time when we see those people trying to take advantage, it's usually some old ass niggas doing that shit. So
I think it was still Anheuser-Busch back then.
Yeah, it was one of them. So many, so especially when you're speaking to, let's say, for example, if you're a boomer and you're speaking to Generation X, for example, because this boomer and Generation X, there's a lot of contention there. Many of the men, especially even some women, but especially the men in Generation X, they're looking at it and like, nah, bro, that shit ain't work. Because we were the first generation that didn't grow up predominantly with a two-parent home. So we can look back and say, hey, yo, what y'all was talking about and stuff that y'all pushed, it didn't really turn out too well for us. So as much as the previous generation wants, if you look, go to Tupac's Malcolm X grassroots speech. His speech encapsulates this perfectly because he said in that speech that he gave, what are y'all celebrating? He's like, man, it's still a whole bunch of Brendas out here having babies out of wedlock, 14. And he said there's still work that needs to be done because many of those people at that particular time, they were celebrating like mission accomplished. We got what we were looking for. And so many of people in the Generation X, because I lived that, especially from the school perspective, when the economy crashed in 07 and 08, we were told to go to school and get a degree because that meant we were going to get a job. But if you was Black during that time and in college and coming from that particular paradigm, the 07, 08 economy completely obliterated that model. It completely obliterated. Now, it worked for Black people in the 70s. Most of who were, people who could, were at an age where they could benefit from it. A lot of those people were boomers, 70s, 80s, 90s. But it didn't work for Generation X. So Generation X got hit with the lack of the two-parent home family structure. Then on top of that, they had a damn economic nuke that hit them with the recession in 07, 08. So Generation X is the last generation that's going to say, yeah, yo, that shit worked that y'all was talking about. It's like, it's just not going to happen. And so the previous generation is going to have to come to grips with that. Nope. I'm not saying that, well, from a feminist perspective, I think it was very selfish. But many of us are fair-minded enough to say, okay, I wasn't fighting for something from a certain perspective. We understand to a certain degree what you're doing, but the strategy wasn't really all the way there. Not faulting you for the fight. We'll just fault you more for what you were fighting for. But you did put in some work. But as it relates to the women, the women weren't fighting for no group. You can't sit here and say, feminists were fighting for a feminist. White feminists ain't fighting for a white group. So we know Black feminists ain't fighting for the Black group. They're fighting for their gender. So that is completely out the window. And that particularly came during the boomer generation, that feminist mindset. So that alone, if we take away, if all the Black men did everything right during the boomer era, much of that shit was going to be negated because of the feminist shit. Matter of fact, all the work that many of the boomer Black men put in, and you know this, Black Guru, much of the things that Black men fought for during that, they didn't even get that shit. Much of that shit went towards women and white women specifically.
Yeah.
So clearly there was a disconnect in the strategy there. And so because a lot of men just assume that, okay, just because BGS so eloquently breaks this down when he talks about the morning hand and the scissors thing.
Well, I think what also was happening back then, Rael, was, and I don't think we ever really thought about the effect of this politically when it was happening.
Excuse me. Somebody is breathing heavily into the mic. I can probably smell your breath. That's that, but come on, mute up and stop this distraction. And also, for you and the viewing audience, direct your attention to the screen as well as listening to these wise gentlemen speak. So, anyway, go ahead and continue, Black Guru.
Shout out to the meme.
That's wrong. What also was happening back then, and I don't think we ever really thought very much or maybe thought enough. I'm sure somebody has, but it hasn't come to the popular fore. What was the political? What was the real sort of basic political um, fallout from the assassinations that were occurring back? See, a lot of the gimmickry that they were pulling with with those um, with those policies was occurring while prominent black men were being killed,
Mm-hmm.
and black people were enraged about that. And around that same time, that's when they started tinkering with the terms in those initial civil rights laws. So
Well,
this
Black
was
Uber,
all
before you
going
land that,
on at the same time. We tend to think about history in a sort of linear fashion when what actually happens, as we know in reality, very often several different, very important, monumental events are occurring at the same time.
Yeah, true.
And
well,
how the concurrence of those monumental events are occurring, whether they are in contradiction to each other or whether they align with each other, or maybe they don't necessarily appear to be related, but yet in a secondary or tertiary way, they may be related. I mean, you got a war going on. You also got legalized abortion in 1972 or whatever. You know, these things, they're different events, but they all are impacting each other. And if you have recently, you got recently installed civil rights laws, and black people are very happy about those laws, obviously. Then Dr. King, Medgar Evers killed, Dr. King, a little earlier, Malcolm X was killed. There's all
Hampton,
this sort of
everybody.
threat of, just imminent sort of, I mean, people, very important, very prominent, very well respected people being killed publicly, and so it doesn't surprise me, because there's a lot of this sort of revisionist history about what we didn't do right back then. But I think very often, I mean, there was a war going on, a very controversial war. There was a lot of, there were people on the streets, right? Questioning that, and then even the black civil rights uh, apparatus was starting to fracture along generational lines.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
had some of the younger people who have more radicalized views about a lot of different things, might not have put much stock at all in those laws, because that's that man's law, So I think we kind of we we have an overly simplified. We often have an overly simplified view of how things have worked historically, and I think the fact that you have many black women supporting this sort of inclusion of white women as quote minorities. I mean that was treason.
Yeah.
There's no
No
there's
way to
no
get
other way
around
to look at that.
it.
And
Exactly.
there's been and we have not at all you know vented that particular spleen. I mean, we've not at all as a people really. The academy, I don't think, has
There
ever.
has been no punishment for black. There
Yes,
has been no punishment for black
there's
people.
been no actual reckoning of, no actual acknowledgement of.
No. If anything, it's been a celebration of these women going against the family by celebrating independent women who don't need no man. I like,
Yeah, and the creation of these fallacious intersectionality, and that's all. That was all a part of that,
right.
which leads to, kind of contributes to the Alice Walkerification of black women.
Right.
I want to turn that into a term, by the way. The
Alice
Alice Walkerification. Yeah, no, I'm for putting fication on the in the words,
Yeah.
because yeah, but no. So what we see parallels of that now. What came from George Floyd's death?
Yep.
What came from George
Yep.
Bush? We see
The
parallels of that
the
right
damn
now.
the $10 billion from Goldman Sachs. That's what
You see
came
what I'm
from.
saying? So, and that ties back to what you were saying, Black Uru, and these lawsuits and challenging this,
Hmm.
and showing straight black man dies, LGBTQ organization masquerading as a black organization, funneling whatever comes from that to whatever little thing they got going on that has nothing
Yeah.
to do with black men
To the
whatsoever.
tune of tens of millions,
Billions.
hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in donations and sponsorships by all the major corporations and the major sports leagues. All that shit. To what?
And
All
tying
based
all of, go ahead.
on tragedies
Mhm.
that have been of crimes that have been perpetrated specifically and almost exclusively against black men, and they occur wholly without challenge for us at all. So the whole notion that there would be any trepidation of our suing these black women that's ridiculous. Why would we have any trepidation at all about suing?
And I wanted to
I
add
think
real quick,
that.
Rob, before you go,
Oh,
because
go
I'm
ahead,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
mute up. I'll get at you in a minute. So I wanted us to focus a second on what Black Uru was saying, but I want to take it in a slightly different direction about what the assassination of all these leaders did, not just in America, but everybody from Patrice Lumumba, everybody you could think of,
And they
from
were
the
all happening at
imprisonment
the
of
same time,
Mandela,
around the
everybody.
same time. And
All of this
Mandela,
is
yeah.
like late 50s to like mid 70s. All of this like back to back to back from you Bobby Kennedy, JFK, Malcolm, Martin, Medgar, Fred Hampton, like you talking about like every year, right? So what that did was open up this gate, and I remember watching the PBS documentary about the Black Panthers, and I watched the Century of Self, like I was telling you, and one of the things that was said in both of the documentaries was we didn't know, and this is coming from people that are now in their 50s and 60s, right? In 70s. We didn't know that the government was going to do this. We didn't know the private industry was going to do this because we're talking about people that were kids at the time in their early 20s, late teens at the time that were going against the British government or were going against the American government and domestically. And they're like, we didn't know that they were to respond to us this way. We didn't know they were going to come at us with these insidious, underhanded things. We didn't know that they were to plant so much spies and sellouts
How not?
amongst our ranks.
Well,
I mean,
which
like
is
when you're
kind of
19, do you
ridiculous
know at
because,
19 years old?
well,
It's not
no,
like you're
but
30, you know. Mhm.
well, but that's why you study your Shakespeare in your
Yeah.
classical education because this is what they've always done. Hey, none of this. Look, none of this is new. Assassination, genocidal. I mean, none of this is new at all.
Nope.
Yeah. And to land real quick, I think that fear, because we're talking about collective organization, right? We're talking about, yeah, you're an individual, but the you can't, like we were saying earlier, you can't individual your way out of this thing. So the best thing for you to do is find other individuals of like minds that are pushing in a particular direction. And when you start seeing those people get cut down, remember, once again, we're talking about people in their early 20s, right? When you start seeing these people get cut down, how does that affect you going forward? At 22 years old, 23 years old, you see in Fred Hampton get murdered at what, 21, 22 years old? What did that do to you as a person
Yeah,
his
he's
same
20,
age with the
21.
same
Man got
ideology?
what killed in his bedroom next to his woman
You
and
see
his
what
baby.
you see what I'm saying? So like when you see that, I think that foster. I'm not saying these people weren't going to sell out anyway, because especially when we start talking about some of these leaders, right? I
Absolutely.
think that fosters it opens up a space where capital could come in and direct these people a certain way. Yeah, you don't really want to get into this that lane. You see how this lane ends up, right? Like look at all these people. Look how they ended up. Maybe you want to go in this direction, and I'll end with this. I remember having a conversation with a coworker of mine, a middle-aged white dude, and I was like, "How did all the hippies from the '60s turn around and vote for Reagan?" Right? And he mentioned that he was like, "You have to think about how frightening what we saw. everything, and for them it was like Kent State and all that other stuff. And some of them were
Mhm.
following our civil rights leaders too. So they were like, you have to think about what we saw, and then you got this charismatic
Hey, look
failed
how
actor that
Daley handled the hippies in '68 here in Chicago. They
yeah,
weren't playing with them at all.
you see, and then later on we find out from FBI documents that they straight up said anything that was Black Power or too left, yeah, we were getting you out of here. And they
Yeah.
straight up said it in the FBI documents, like we were getting you the hell up out of here. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And the funny thing about that is we're seeing all the after effects within our people. Like it's not so
Exactly.
much it's not so much action as it is psychological programming now. They don't even need to move anymore. You know, I mean, they could just use some of us to do the dirty work for them.
I
And the
agree.
sad part about it is a lot of us don't mind at all. We always try to. It's like I used to call a diluted sense of fairness. Like
Mm,
we're trying to show other races that
that we can be
we are
fair.
fair toward our own. That we are not going to give ourselves special perks, but in
Hmm.
actuality, that just comes from two things: fear and the crabs in the barrel mentality.
But black
Wanting,
men
wanting.
are the only ones who really believe that bullshit.
What do you
Because
mean?
black women are all about their purse.
For
I mean,
real.
we're the only ones who fell for the banana in the tailpipe.
That's what I
The
was saying
only
earlier.
one.
That's what I was saying earlier.
And
Black women are all about their purse. All
Yeah,
about their purse.
and
and,
Now
that is
they'll
and,
true.
raise us up and trick us into believing in all that kumbaya shit. But they're about getting their cut too.
and to
And
emphasize
getting a
what Kev
bigger
just
cut over
said,
you.
at the
Exactly.
end of the day, that's what it's about. So, Kevin, I'm happy you understood, even though I'm speaking kind of scattered right now. But that was the yes. At the end of the day, now you don't have to necessarily assassinate anybody anymore. You don't have to do that. It's inbuilt now in the society where it's like, yeah, we're not going to go too far this direction or too far that direction. And to end out, and I'll really shut up after this. Now you put social media in there, just like we're having this conversation. It's productive. People are. This is where you get the young men deciding to go in different directions. They're getting their life together. They're not having children out of wedlock, like some of us older millennials did, or even some of the Xers did. They're changing, just like we're having this in that other space on the other side. They're having a whole different type of conversation that's very unproductive, right?
Right.
That's trying to
Right.
find all the little spaces that we didn't cover up yet, all the little holes we didn't stuff yet. They're trying to come through those holes, right? And that's to be expected, and that's what social media has allowed
And
to
all they
to
need is
happen.
enough women to flail their little raggedy boxes around to lead Negroes' minds astray.
But I think
That's all they need.
Mm,
but okay, when you start looking at capital, okay,
mhm.
and there is a such concept as human capital as a resource. What is one of the best things that you take? What is one of the best moves that you can use to take away the power of something that's abundance, like basically cheap labor? What is one of the best ways to lessen its power? Is to bring in cheaper labor. Bring in cheaper labor. And so when Henry Louis Gates said some years ago, I think back in like 2010, when somebody asked him what was the future of America, he said Polynesian. And he said it's based on the fact that he said there's going to be a lot of intermixing going on in the United States. And so what you're seeing is that happening, especially due to technology. See, these women are going to, when black females found out that black men were going to Brazil, just a few, they had a damn rainbow dude from Spelman write an article in Essence telling on these men to shame the men from doing it. I think this was like maybe '08. And so it caused a lot of angst in especially educated Black women, because during that time it was really the Black men who, productive men who were who had disposable income, military men, things like that. Men, especially those who were moving over there with pensions and stuff like that. It's a different ball game when you see Pookie from Baltimore in Brazil, because that's supposed to be the man that she can easily control the easiest.
That's the fallback.
When he's gone, now you're talking about a whole different type of paradigm. And so now when you talk about things like, see, at first people was just laughing like, oh, these dudes over here, they ain't got no game, they can't get no win. But even when you have males making that argument in America, let one of them dudes that go to Brazil and take a picture or make a video showing one of them dark curly haired Brazilian shorties with that nice bunda on them. Them niggas gonna have to take that statement back, because they gonna see a woman that look better than the chick that they done dealt with, and more feminine too. We got people out here now with channels. Ace is alive. What's the dude name? The barber dude. Been in Colombia and Brazil. Now he's been in Africa. He did a video in Tanzania. I mean, banging women. Because see, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, or a video is probably worth 1,000,000,000 words. Because now you're seeing something move. And when dudes put their eyes on that, that's going to make men stand at attention like, wait a minute, I'm over here dealing with these raggedy bras over here, and I can go over there and get that shit for cheaper? And she ain't out there on some silly stuff. Yeah, you got that element in all countries, well, a lot of countries as far as prostitution, but you got women who got culture, who come from families, you know what I'm saying, who don't play that nonsense, whose father will kick their ass out the house when they go against the family. So you're talking about a whole different type of ball game out here. And so it used to be people were making fun. People ain't making fun no more like that. It ain't just the females who are scared. Guess who is scared the most? It's Pookies. You want to know why? Because if these women can't play the dude that they call lame for money and stuff like that, and play this dude for some money, but then go back over here and bang the thug, she gonna look at the thug for some money at some point. Like, dude, what's up? And when he can't produce for her, now she's gonna realize that she's in a trick bag. Because if they're supposed to be the most select types of people, why aren't the Black select females and the Black select males, why aren't they getting together? Why are they so worried about the lanes going to Brazil? Because neither one of them are worth anything. And that's why they're mad at each other. Neither one of them are mad. Neither one of them are worth anything. Because when it comes to men especially, that productivity matters more than swag. We already know this. That's why we defeated this argument. The Black manosphere has defeated the educated, so-called lame argument that has permeated in Black America for far too long. Because this is some new type stuff. This is especially coming from, I would say probably the 70s, and especially when you had the blaxploitation movies and stuff like that. This is coming out of that particular lane. And so it was always something that was false, but it allowed women to justify the decisions that they made from a media perspective, because this dude is super fly, he cool. But now we're looking at a different ball game now, because people can see. We just saw with this Instagram thought who got murked by this crazy white dude.
The nigga that he talking about the Hispanic dude, the white Latino nigga.
So we're seeing, yeah, she fronting for the gram.
Yeah,
but
bro.
when we pull back the damn curtain, we see she dealing with a damn lame white dude.
Some Wizard of Oz type shit.
You know what I'm saying? Straight Wizard of Oz type stuff. So they fronting for the gram and social media like they got it all together, but monetarily they don't. Because for her to look like she did, and she look good, for her to look like she did, and to have to be dealing with that dude shows you how much that shit ain't working out. All of that stuff is for show.
Fucking with the Dusties.
Right. It's a game. And so if they try to make the argument against black men, especially if they talking about so-called lame black men can look back and say, that's the type of dude you. Yo, if you don't mess with a lame white dude like that who crazy as hell, man, you could have came over here and messed with me. I ain't gonna jig you up. I'm gonna be appreciative. So their whole argument, man, is just completely collapsed.
No, fuck him being appreciative. These hoes need to be appreciative. That's another thing.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from the so-called black male who is considered lame perspective, he's going to look at her dealing with that particular white dude and say, if you ask the so-called jawline, cool, swagged out black dude, yo, is this dude corny and lame? Most of them are gonna say, yeah, he corny and lame. So it's like, well, if you're gonna deal with that dude, and you consider, and we all like America consider him.
Hey, Zoomer, man, you blowing up the mic or something.
Oh, my bad.
So
is that better?
Yeah. So they're like, well, you could have brought that over here and got a whole lot better treatment. But see, now the cat is out the bag. You can't undo Tinder. You can't undo Bumble and all these different apps that you can go out here and meet women from different countries who, when you put your profile up, and many of these sites have sections on them that ask you to put how much money you make a year. And so when women are reading these profiles, they look at you like, all right, you look pretty decent. Like, oh, okay, they ain't making that kind of money. Many of these women, from an international perspective, you ain't even got to holler at them like that. They will flood your inbox with messages. I mean, they will.
Yeah, because they're coming from like a third world country. They're broke as fuck.
Nah, it ain't. No, that's false. Many people.
Some of them are.
Hold on, ain't nobody say none of them are. But the assumption that the only women that want to deal with Black American men are women who are broke is false. It's a female argument.
I ain't say that. Well, and the other ones are not entitled. That was the entitlement that I was on the other thing.
But even if they are broke, so black females deal with and smash broke niggas all the time. Well, they ain't saying nothing.
True. These are facts.
When black women was going to Jamaica paying for sex with Jamaican men, they celebrated on Oprah show with Terry McMillan's book, Stella Got a Groove Back. It was celebrated. Now, when they saw that black men were saying, okay, well, I'm gonna go out here and exploit my options, then it became, oh, you're oppressive, you're exploiting women, this and that and four. And what a lot of people don't realize is too, it wasn't just these black females that were going to poor places where poor men existed. Guess who else frequents these places? Many Western white women from Europe, from Australia, from Canada, you name it. America too. And so like I said earlier, everybody else is doing their own self-interest thing. When black men do their self-interest thing, oh, you got to do it for the community and all this bullshit that none of them care about. And so that's why I said from the beginning.
Yeah. The other thing that I take real umbrage with is black men dick policing other black men.
Yes.
I take great umbrage with that. I mean, like you say, Rael, I mean, everybody else get to go out there and do whatever the hell. I was watching this show, I forget the name. But it was about these girls and British black girls. And part of this show featured them going to Italy. And just like, fucking Italian dudes. Like these are black, black British, probably, from Nigeria or, Caribbean or Nigerian country, maybe a generation or two removed from their family's original homeland. And that's what they do. They go and to Greece or Italy or whatever, and they fuck strange white men. It's a kind of a weekend or vacationing type thing. Then they go back to London or wherever, and 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 nobody's policing this. This isn't something that's got to be featured in a magazine that other people should be trying to stop or research or prevent.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that black men would become involved in this policing. Like I was saying, like I was saying earlier, there's certain kinds of things that some brothers do. They need to get their ass whooped for.
Yep.
There needs to be some kind of. This is what we don't do. We don't do these things to each other as men. We don't participate and enable our collective enslavement by black women or anybody else. We don't do that. We have a gentleman's agreement that we're not going to do these kind. Don't mean that we don't hold each other to account for bullshit. Don't pay our bills. Don't honor our commitments or whatever. But we don't
Mm-hmm.
sabotage each other just because you happen to be another black man. You don't dick police a black man or police the sexual behavior of black men when you don't police the sexual behavior of black women. You don't police the sexual behavior of white women or
Mm-hmm.
white men or any other. But you're gonna specifically focus. You should catch an ass whooping for doing stuff like that. You really should. And
Yeah.
and and we need to start saying that kind of thing to each other. You know what, bro? Hey, look, I respect what you do in general, but you really need your ass whooped for dick policing like that. That's foul. That's a violation of black man code. What you're doing.
Niggas being dusty and defending the bullshit. Well, I mean, you ask BGS. This nigga been doing this shit for like 8 years, and they still coming daily, day in and day out. That's why it's like, what is the ultimate point of this? Like, I don't understand why you just don't boot these people. Like, there's no point in talking to these motherfuckers, man, because half these niggas are so passionate and so emotional about it, and that same half a nigga, he ain't done the lick of research. So you done argue the nigga down for 90 minutes on some shit he ain't researched. You ask this nigga one question, and you find out you done wasted 90 minutes. This nigga don't even know what the fuck he talking about. And he know that. That's the crazy thing. But I guess it is what it is.
Yeah.
Can't get too mad at it.
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you do have instances like, well, people will push to be right and correct in every form of fashion, except for the information that they are providing, which is fucking stupid. But some of us act like we don't realize that yet, and yet we still have to deal with this crap. But anyway, we're nearly at 4 hours, fellas. I'm gonna get some final statements in, and then I'm gonna close it out. So, go ahead.
Well,
Who
I'm
wants
gonna
to go
go if
first?
you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Uh,
I'll go after you, Black.
uh, I appreciate you having me on the panel, Kevin. It's always a pleasure and an
No
honor
problem, Black
to be
Guru.
here. And I hope I was at times a little vigorous in some of my statements. So I hope I was not too energetic at times. But I do believe I believe that black men can work together, productively, deal together productively. I saw that. I saw brothers doing. I don't I don't view us as being incapable of being able to be just as collectively productive as other men, other groups, etc. I think there have been particular things that have been put upon us that, we built hair care companies and beauty,
Mm-hmm.
black men built those things. Black men
Mm-hmm.
built, you know, companies, hair grease and all. So it's not like we didn't have a history or don't have a history of building things and selling and marketing things to each other and doing so in a mutually beneficial way. Uh, but if you're going to have a community that's run by women, you're very likely not going to be able to maintain those. And and
Mhm.
that's why I was saying earlier, at some point you gotta to attack the institution that is enabling and perpetuating our sabotage. And so that's why I'll probably continue to say, at some point we gotta sue these people. We gotta put them on front street. If for no other reason, I would say if for no other reason that initially it embarrasses. If you can just if the exposure of their bigotry, the bigotry of black women against black men, even if that's exposed, you know, it will have a chilling and daunting effect on many women to have a court decision or have some court action that expressly identifies that black men are really the victims of black women. Ironically, that's a damn thing for black women to have to hear and be made to respond to. Especially if it got to, let's say, some sort of Supreme Court level. So I look forward to us continuing to have that conversation in this environment and even hopefully outside of this environment. Thanks again for having me,
All right, Black Guru. Rael, you said you were next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me up here. Peace and panel chat once again. Like I said before, this is a moment in time that black men can really take advantage of certain things out here, take advantage of this woke environment. If they got some money out there, for colored folks that they're willing to give off of white guilt, get it, use it to your advantage. Um, Take advantage of the things out there that's already in play, so you can start focusing on building your own kingdom. Um, this article in Newswise talks about buying power in minority markets. And I just want to read some numbers that really needs to be highlighted because it really shows, in spite of all the setbacks that black men have encountered in this country, I want to show the capacity of what we have. If we can just learn how to direct our energy, and our money is a source of our energy, um, in the right direction, and make sure it's focused strategically as a tool.
Mhm.
Um, it said in this particular article, African American buying power has seen impressive gains since the end of the last economic downturn, jumping from $961 billion in 2010 to an estimated 1.3 trillion in 2018. Since 2000, the African American market has seen a 114% increase in buying power. The boost is the result of a surge in Black owned businesses, increased educational attainment, and booming population growth. The percentage of African Americans who completed college continues to rise, 23% in 2017, up from 17% in 2000. The population has grown at 22.7% since 2000, faster than the national average of 16.3%. The youthfulness of the African American population skews the group's buying power downward as a larger share of the population have yet to hit their peak earning years. The 10 states with greatest Black buying power growth since 2000 are North Dakota, South Dakota, Idaho, Wyoming, Vermont, Arizona, Montana, Maine, Utah, and New Hampshire. All have flourishing African American consumer markets, but none is among the nation's 10 largest Black consumer markets. So these are basically emerging markets for Black spending power. Much of that money is attributed to black male productivity. Claude Anderson was talking about this some years ago, talking about the spending power of black as a collective being comparable to the GDP of certain African countries. Now you're talking about countries who have all types of mineral wealth, but many obviously without the technological prowess necessary to extract that mineral wealth to make it productive. With having culture taken away, with all the impediments that have been placed before black men have produced wealth in the United States that is comparable to the GDP of other countries. Y'all understand how powerful that shit is, man. Like, we have heroes here, man. We have heroes. We don't need to watch Marvel. We have heroes. They're named Booker T. Washington. They're named Reginald Lewis. They're named Robert F. Smith. Kenneth Chenault. It's another black dude. He's a billionaire. He has like a tech company. I can't think of his name. Man, I always forget his name. But we have the know-how, as you talked about, Black Uru, if you're still listening. After the Civil War, black men were the most, in terms of numbers, out here filing for patents for inventions. We have the know-how. But the question is, do we want to lead? That's really the question. Because leadership is not about people liking you. If you think leadership is about people liking you, then you're not prepared to be a leader. You're just not. You know, leadership requires you kicking people in their asses that don't want to do shit. And they hate you for it. But the reward that they get later on because they became productive, they're going to see the benefits of it, even when they can't see it and you can see the future rewards of putting in that work. Leadership is not about being liked. Leadership is about being respected. I have been saying for a long time, I even said this to one of my homegirls years ago, that when I deal with a woman, I don't look for love first. I look for respect first, because to men, respect is our love. You can't love a man you don't respect. And it was funny because I came across this, it was funny. It was a sister from Africa I know who text me a message of a black man who was a pastor in the United States who was saying the very thing that I've been saying for years. He said the exact same thing. And it was just confirmation that what I had been saying for so many years was valid. I don't know this dude. And see, that's what it's about. You know, the women that I've been with in the past, they might not have liked some of the things I said, but they respected me. And when I stopped dealing with them and I left that void in their lives, because the women that I've dealt with, I've never had women leave me. I have always been the one to initiate the ending of me and a woman being together. And many times they have had to come back and apologize and say, damn, you know, when you were trying to tell me certain things, I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to listen. Now looking back, I realized, damn, you really were looking out for me, and I was being hard-headed. Now my life is messed up. Yeah, it is. There ain't nothing I can do for you. Because hold on, let me finish. So because when I'm with a woman, I'm gonna give her everything I got. Like, I'm not weak. I'm not a quitter. You know, I don't give up. That just ain't in me. So I'm gonna give her what I got. And if that's not good enough for her, then nothing is. And so that's where we at as far as a collective of men. Black men have given Black America everything they got. Everything. Black men have made the sacrifices when Black people were free. Many Black men married one of the first things black men did to a lot of black women coming out of slavery is marry them, because that was one of the things that they were prevented from doing. They wanted to be recognized as humans coming together to marry for the sake of family. Even many of these women who had mixed race babies with massa, and help those women take care of those children too. Um, we've made the sacrifices. Men literally have made black men have literally made the sacrifices with their lives trying to defend not themselves, but Black America as a whole. But there's the time has come for black men to defend themselves first. Forget what everybody else is talking about, what you need to do for the sake of the black community, this and that and forth, because we are seeing pro-blacks who have done just that, do all the sacrificing for the black community, which really is black females out of order, who are unruly and rebellious. Those are the women that they're defending. And once they get touched with that hot iron, now they're realizing like, maybe there's some of that stuff the manager was talking about wasn't so wrong after all. And so that paradigm is broken. As far as I'm concerned, it's broken from the beginning, because the first black organization you need to have, is not a black organization. It's a family. That's your first organization. And if you're dealing with a woman who is against your first natural organization, which is family and a family structure, if she's against the very idea of that organization, she does not deserve any form of protection whatsoever. And that's going to be something that's very tough for a lot of black men to accept, because many black men are going to have to look at mothers and sisters and aunts and even sometimes grandmothers who fit this, and they're going to have to remove their protection from them and let them fall. But that's what's required when you have leadership. You're required to do the tough things that you don't want to do, but that's what's required of you, because whenever a man assumes leadership, especially when you're talking about rulers and kings, one of the first things they do to consolidate their power is look at the person or the people who is the people who pose the biggest threat to them, and they remove them. They remove them. That's the first thing they do, to make sure that they cannot come back and undermine their authority and their power and ultimately their rulership. And if that means black men, and I know this to be true, have to remove themselves from present day black females and their toxicity to get them to recognize that they need black men more than black men need them, and they need black men's leadership more than black men need their smart ass mouths, then that's what's going to be required. And if they choose to decide to choose women from other places to replace them who are more feminine, who are much more family oriented, then that's what it's going to be. And whatever happens to black women, her and her feminist cohorts, that's something for them to figure out, because they entered into a contract with each other to work with each other. These women didn't work and enter into a marriage contract to work with black men to form a family. So black men don't owe them any protection or any way of trying to figure out what they need to do for their future. That's for them to figure out, because after all, they're independent, single, and don't need any man. So a man is not even relevant to what their future decisions are going to be. And I'll leave it there.
All right. All right. We got Truth, Roger Report, and Chaos Reign left. So, which one of y'all want to go first?
Look, I'm gonna make it short and sweet. Us young niggas ain't raising wives. You bitches gotta get in line. It is what it is. And it was what it was. Winter is cold. It's here. And that shit is bleak. And ain't no nigga with no ass on his chest coming to save you. It's only these dark skinned niggas, like they always been, and like they always will be, and we'll be waiting, laughing in the background. Goodbye.
All right. Yeah, very, very short, sweet, and impactful. There you go. Uh, all right, Chaos Reign, you there? Roger Report, what's going on?
Is Roger asleep? Oh well. Thank you. Good show. What's this NWO? You got this NWO, man. Come on, man. You know this is Cesare we already here already with this little thing on the right side of my.
Well,
name.
that's always, I was a huge fan of wrestling at the time the NWO was a thing, so I just thought it'd be cool to put it in the corner. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Yeah.
hey,
Plus the Black Manosphere, they're a semblance of some kind of new world order, if whether we want to look at it that way or not, without being too like in the context of Illuminati conspiracy type stuff. But yeah, what's going on, Chaos Rain? What's your final statement for tonight?
much, man. You know, the crab in the barrel is a mentality at the end of the day, which leads to the action. For men today, get out of this crab and barrels and stop having the crabs grab the claws and pulling down other men. You got to really look at yourself in the mirror saying, I should expect better, not only for myself, but another brother that looks like me. Because if he does well or I do well, it's reflected that the whole group with example will do well as well. That's where it lies, and that's the only way we're going to do better. Don't expect that because a man is doing better that you have to bring him down. If you have to bring down, that shows your inadequacy, your lack of production, your lack of drive of a form of competing. And most males today in this society have been groomed to not only compete, but to be someone else's bitch. So I say, save your sons now so they don't grow up to be another person's bitch. That's all.
All right, yeah, and that was pretty direct and unfiltered. Chaos Rain, appreciate you coming by. Roger, habitual line stepper brother, are you asleep? Oh, yeah, he might be. I mean,
Yes.
yeah, and we got hardworking brothers in this space, that we do things outside of this space as well as inside of this space, and really that should speak to the dedication that these brothers are willing to provide as far as bringing you content from week to week to week to week to week to week. So, why would anyone want to hate on that? And I got a few ideas on that I will explore throughout the existence of this channel. But it's like I've always said, I'm here to give our perspective, whether you like it or not. Period. As a black man, as a black father, as Kev. And one thing that I have never gotten is the fact that the willingness for us to destroy each other based on the truth. So anyway, like I said, the crabs in the barrel mentality, it needs to stop. There's actually room for all of us to do well, but some of us just don't believe it, and some of us are just gonna have to learn the hard way. And I don't mind people learning things the hard way as long as they learn. But in the immortal words of many people in our race, rather in our community, we got work to do. So enough of this bullshit, this unbelievable bullshit that you call crabs in the barrel mentality. And I will talk to y'all, again Monday night. And hopefully next weekend it'll be a full weekend. So anyway, long live the habitual line steppers, Roger. One more time, going once, going twice. Okay, yeah, he's out of there. So, anyway, long live the habitual line steppers and Kev we trust till Monday night. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the super chats. And definitely thank all of you for your support. So, see you then.